if you haven't already.
It's live.
Okay. Okay, Leanne, should we go ahead and get started?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I think welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a restful break there. I think for today, what we will do is we will go ahead and, since we will be deliberating on the ISA supplement, we were going to have the EPA staff here that worked on the ISA supplement to briefly introduce themselves so that you know who is available to answer any clarifying questions for you as you begin to deliberate over the ISA supplement charge questions. So maybe we'll just start with that. We'll hand it over to EPA to briefly introduce themselves.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. And I appreciate the opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Shepard, as well, for giving us this time. And thank you to the members of the Chartered CASAC and the PM CASAC panel for spending a significant amount of time and effort reviewing the documents that we have before you as part of this reconsideration of the 2020 decisions on the PM NACs. So I am Steve Dutton, and I am the Acting Director of the Health and Environmental Effects Assessment Division within EPA's Office of Research and Development. And we're here today and tomorrow to get you a review of the draft supplement to the 2019 PMISA, which has been prepared by ORD. So this supplement focuses on our thorough evaluation of the studies that became available after the literature cutoff date for the 2019 ISA that could either further inform the adequacy of the current PM NACs or address key scientific topics that have evolved since the literature cutoff date for that ISA. So together, the evidence presented within the 2019 ISA and this draft supplement provides the scientific basis for reconsideration of the 2020 final decision. I'll note that this approach that we're taking here aligns well with past EPA approaches to asking CASAC to review targeted supplements to the air quality criteria documents when there have been areas of significant new science that would inform policy considerations in a review, but did not warrant a full review of the air quality criteria. So examples of this include the NACs reviews for particulate matter, sulfur oxides, and ozone in the 80s and 90s. Much like these prior examples, the supplement that our office has pulled together, along with the 2019 ISA that you're reviewing today and tomorrow, has been developed to evaluate recent studies that are potentially greatest relevance to the reconsideration of the PM NACs, along with those studies that we cited in the 2019 ISA. And with that point, I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous effort of a very large team of experts who have contributed to the 2019 ISA since we initiated this review. Many of them are listening in on the meeting today. And take just a moment to allow a small subset of those individuals who are on the call this morning or this afternoon for many from ORD to introduce themselves, as they will be available today and tomorrow to address any technical or scoping questions that you may have about the PM ISA supplement. So I'll start with the two branch chiefs primarily responsible for coordinating this effort. Then we'll turn to Jason Sachs, who is the lead for both the 2019 ISA as well as the draft supplement. And then we'll turn to a few other experts who are on the call to help author the supplement. So let me hand it over to Jane Ellen Simmons.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Ellen Simmons, and I am Chief of the Integrated Health Assessment Branch. And I want to thank you for all the hard work that you did yesterday and you'll be doing today and tomorrow.
Hi, everyone. Just want to echo Steve's thanks and Jane Ellen's thanks. I'm Chris Weaver. I'm a climate scientist here at EPA's Office of Research and Development, and I'm the Chief of the Integrated Environmental Assessment Branch down here in North Carolina, the branch that's primarily charged with handling the welfare portions of the ISAs. Back to you, Steve.
Great. So let's go to Jason Sachs.
Hi, I'm Jason Sachs. I'm an epidemiologist in Jane Ellen's branch, and I was the assessment lead for the 2019 ISA as well as this ongoing supplement.
Hi, I'm Stephanie DeFlorio Barker. Sorry, Steve. And I'm an epidemiologist in Jane Ellen's group. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellen Corain. I am also an epidemiologist in Jane Ellen's group. Thanks.
I'm Allison Krajewski, and I'm also an epidemiologist with Jane Ellen's group.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tom Lubin. I'm an epidemiologist in ORD, and I contributed 2 sections of the supplement focusing on long-term exposure and mortality.
I think we've got one more. Do we have Steve McDowell on the call? Steve McDowell's section will be reviewed tomorrow along with the visibility and welfare section, so may not be on with us right now. So anyway, that's a handful of the experts we have here today, and I'll hand it back over to you, Aaron. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll hand it back over to Leanne to lead us through the deliberations on the responses to the charge questions.
All right, thank you. And thank you to the folks from EPA for introducing yourselves. I want to emphasize to the panel that if we have any clarifying questions of EPA, they're a great resource and we should not hold back in asking them any questions as we go along. So following along with the agenda, we're going to start with section 1, 2, and the summary and causality conclusions. And that is George Allen, Jim Boylan, and Mark Frampton, who are assigned as the primary discussants. And so if you can put the charge questions up on the screen, we'll just go over those, and then I'll invite the lead discussants to speak in the order they're listed on the agenda. And then we'll follow that up with an open discussion if anybody else wants to contribute. So charge question 2 says section 1 consists of an introduction detailing why the draft PM supplement is being developed, along with the rationale and scope for the topics and studies considered. So please comment on the clarity of the section, whether the scope is appropriate for the purpose of the draft PM supplement, and whether additional information is needed to convey the purpose of the draft PM supplement and the basis for the targeted evaluation conducted. And I guess we can go through each charge question one at a time, unless the lead discussants would like to take them both together. Why don't we'll proceed with that. Let me know if you want to just lump them together, and we'll go back and read the other one too. So George Allen, do you want to start?
Sure. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Leanne. Thanks, Aaron. And also a big thank you to the ORD staff for pulling together this document in, I guess, about 3 months from June when it was announced to when it was issued in September. There's a lot of work and impressive task. So Leanne, I would probably prefer to do charge question 2 and then hear from the co-discussants on that question, and then come back and do charge question 3. Does that work for you?
That works fine. So proceed, please. Thank you.
Oh, we shall do it. All right. Okay. Charge question 2 is on section 1 of the ISA supplement. It is the introduction, covering why it's being developed along with the rationale and scope for the topics and study considered. I thought it was a good, clear and concise summary of the purpose and scope of the supplement. Section 121 explains that the scope of the document, and this is important, is limited to health effect evidence categories that in the 2019 PMISA concluded that there was a causal relationship. And that means this supplement is limited to short and long-term PM 2.5 exposure and cardiovascular effects and mortality. I think that's appropriate given the targeted purpose of the ISA supplement and the reconsideration, where really we're focusing on recent literature that could support alternative PM 2.5 annual and or daily standards. And that really is job one, in my opinion, for why we're here, these meetings. I noted that in this section it says the scope of the supplement is limited to US and Canadian epi studies. I wasn't able to find an explanation for that in this section. There are some new and relevant European study publications. One that didn't make the cutoff date for the supplement, but is still worth noting, is the HEI ELAPSE project out of Europe. See HEI's comments by Dan Greenbaum, written comments, and also the September 2021 ELAPSE study publication. There's a link in my preliminary comments to that. The material on welfare effects, in this case, is primarily, well, only really focused on visibility impairment. And it's brief, but I think that's appropriate. Again, as noted earlier, the scope of the supplement is focused on the primary PM 2.5 health-based standards. So visibility, certainly it's part of the Clean Air Act package for the PM NACs, but in my take on this, it's not the primary reason why we're here. So that really is it for me. It's brief. And Leanne, back to you or the other co-leads on this section.
Yeah, so next up is Jim Boylan, if Jim wants to share his thoughts.
Yeah, hi, Jim Boylan here. So I have short comments. I'm in agreement with George on most of his points. I thought the purpose and the scope is clearly presented. I also thought it was appropriate for the draft ISA supplements to focus on the health effects and welfare effects for the 2019 PMISA, where it concluded a causal relationship. So I thought that was appropriate, and that's really all I had. I thought it was well done. So.
All right, thank you, Mark Frampton.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. All right. Yeah, I agree with those comments. In terms of the scope and the limiting the ISA to the health effects with a causal relationship. I mean, I agree, it does make sense to limit it in that fashion, but perhaps it ought to be acknowledged in the introduction that this precludes consideration of any new evidence that might change a causality determination from likely to causal for another health effects. For instance, nervous system effects or respiratory effects, where determinations in the 2019 ISA were likely to be causal. And it also precludes that there would be a judgment change resulting in a movement from likely to causal for a health effect. In other words, even if there isn't a lot of new evidence, maybe the current CASAC or the current PM panel might have a different judgment on causality level. I recognize, I think with what we've seen in the evidence base, that's either of those things is unlikely, but I guess it's a consideration, a suggestion that this might helped to acknowledge this in the introduction, that those two things are precluded but deemed to be unlikely, perhaps. And then I also thought that the introduction ought to provide some additional background on the reasons and the rationale for this consideration, for this reconsideration. I noticed that the PA actually has more background in it than the supplemental ISA. But I thought that the introduction perhaps should also include the key CASAC, the previous CASAC's key findings in its review of the draft ISA, and be specific about what the EPA's responses to those findings were. The letter, the CASAC letter to the administrator, April 11, 2019, stated that CASAC finds that the draft ISA does not present adequate evidence to conclude there is likely to be a causal association between long-term PM2.5 exposure and nervous system effects, and between long-term UFP exposure and nervous system effects, or between long-term PM2.5 exposure and cancer. And in the final ISA, the EPA did change the ultrafine back to suggestive, but did not accept CASAC's recommendation on the other two, PM2.5 and nervous system effects and PM2.5 and cancer. And I think it would be good to add the reasons that EPA decided not to accept those recommendations that CASAC made at that time. And perhaps in the course of this to point out whether the newer evidence further justifies EPA's decision not to take CASAC's recommendation on those issues. Now, I know that these are causality determinations that are not causal, so it's not the focus of this document, but I think it would be helpful to have this this background more clearly laid out in the interest of transparency. And then I also mentioned in my comments that it would be good to include the justification for limiting these studies to US and Canadian. And as has been stated by others, the document does seems to consider some studies that were not US and Canadian, for example, figure 313. And then the word cardiometabolic disease keeps popping up. This is a sort of an editorial comment, but and I think this is just, that word is pulled from a couple of papers, but EPA should define how it's being used here in this document. Cardiopulmonary is kind of an accepted term that sort of engulfs cardiac disease and lung disease, but cardiometabolic, what exactly does that mean? Is it, for instance, just metabolic syndrome? Is it diabetes with heart complications, or is it diabetes by itself? What is that encompassing? And I think where it appears in a description of a specific study, it might be good to just mention how that study defined. In other words, what diseases did that study include? And then there's another sort of editorial comment, but this paragraph appears in both the ISA and the PA, and it's on page 1-3 under health effects. It's talking about what this document contains, and it states that for these health effect categories, the recent studies evaluated are limited to, and then the second bullet point says epidemiologic studies that employed causal modeling methods or conducted accountability analyses. And obviously this ISA and the studies evaluated were not limited to those categories. Those were areas of interest and of emphasis. So I would suggest moving that second bullet point down to the following heading, under key scientific topics, because the statement as it stands is obviously not true. And I think that is all. Yes, that's all I have to say.
Great, thank you to all three of you for your input. I now invite anybody on the panel who might wish to add additional comments on this charge question. And if you wish to speak, would you raise your hand so we can see you easily? John Bombs.
Thank you, Leanne. Let me just lower my hand. Just one comment to George's issue about just considering US and Canadian studies. There's an important study, a time series, actually it's the mother of all time series studies, that was published in the New England Journal of Medicine in August of 2019. I wrote the accompanying editorial by Liu et al., including one of our chartered CASAC members as a co-author, Michelle Bell. And while that's a study of, I think, 652 cities, 24 countries, there are US data in there. And that's an important study because it has, a lot of power, because there were millions of deaths in that time series with PM 2.5. And it also is important in terms of concentration response. So while I don't think that study is in the supplement, and I think that's an important study because it does include US data. That's one of the non-strictly US Canadian studies that I think should be included.
Thank you, John. Terry Gordon.
Yeah, just a quick one. So, as I think George or Mark had said, there was causal associations was the limitation for the supplement, but yet the executive summary sort of has both. It discussed likely, causal. So was there some reason? Was it consistent? It seems like causal and very likely are discussed in executive summary, and are they discussed throughout the supplement? It seemed like both were discussed. So I didn't understand the previous comments.
Yeah, no, I think, I don't know if you're referring to my comments, but yeah, in terms of, I think the document does talk quite a bit about findings that were likely to be causal. I don't know how consistent it is, but I agree that the ISA does not seem to be limited to causal. It seems to be considering likely to be causal as well. I think the PA was more strictly limited to the causal. But the comment that I was making is really just a language thing. It's if you look at those paragraphs that I was talking about, it states that the ISA is limited to the causality methods, the epidemiology using causality methods, and the accountability studies. And obviously that's not the case. So it's just incorrect the way it's stated.
Okay, further comments or questions? Corey Ziegler. You're muted, Corey.
Sorry about that. Am I okay now?
Yep.
So I was going to echo some of the things that have been said about sort of the terminology and context in the ISA about several topics, but in particular, this notion of causal modeling strategies and accountability studies. I thought the PA provided a little bit more context as to why those studies sort of are deserving of the importance that they received in the ISA. So I think some more context of that in the ISA is important, or could be helpful, I should say. And then also in terms of the terminology issue, I think those are also terms that are not well defined, at least not in the ISA, as to what those it means for a study to use causal modeling strategies. And so I think both of those are opportunities where some clarity could help the framing in the ISA.
Thank you. Mark Weisskopf.
Yeah, thanks, Leanne. I just wanted to follow up on Corey's point, because this comes up in other places where I was looking at it. I too am a little uncomfortable with what is being implied by this causal modeling strategies. I mean, I get it and I know what they're doing, but I feel like there's and maybe there's a history behind this that I don't know, but I feel like there's an implication there that other things are not getting at causality. And I understand there are differences in the way we do these things, and they have their strengths, and some are better at getting around certain types of confounding. But I would not want it to come across to sound like the other studies we've done before are not also trying to get at causality with potentially limitations that have been discussed. So I'm a little uncertain about the context of all of that language.
Thank you. We'll have to figure out as we move forward exactly where some of these comments fit. And not so clear to me that they fit here, but we'll get there. Michelle, you're next.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing Mark did, so I'll just say ditto. I also think we have to be very careful about the information on causal inference. And I can just tell you that my students who are not in statistics, in like master students in classes, are confused by this, because the way that the language is sometimes written and discussed, if this is causal inference, that means everything else is not. And that's not what's meant. And I'm looking at Corey, who was, one of the earliest users and developers of this type of methodology to kind of help us through the framework. So I think what we don't want to say or even imply or suggest is that causal inference methodologies suggest that everything else before can be ignored, because we don't want any intentional or unintentional misunderstanding there. I think this is a really critical issue that despite the beauty of this document, that's something that can be improved.
Thank you. George.
Let's see, getting to Mark's comments, I'm not sure I completely understood them, but some of the folks here today were not around during the 2019 review, which was very contentious in the context of majority of the CASAC essentially saying, no, we're okay with things the way they are because we question the causality of the body of the studies, the weight of evidence. And I think that might explain why there's so much discussion and emphasis on causality in this document, because that's really the primary reason why in the previous review, 2019-2020, it did not go forward with a change in the standards, contrary to what EPA staff had recommended in the policy assessment document. So there is a backstory here, which if you weren't around for it, it really does change the flavor and the interpretation of what we find in some of these documents. I don't know if that helps or not, but I thought I'd throw it out there.
Well, just to respond, if I could quickly, that I mean, really what I'm getting at is again what Michelle was saying, is that I mean, I totally get that we obviously would like to base any decision on something we think is causal, but there are many ways at getting at that. And what my point really was much better stated by Michelle, which is that there seems to be an implication that everything that came before is not causal, and so we can almost toss that literature out. And that I don't believe is true, and I don't think we can do that. But, yeah,
not at all.
All right, Jeremy, and then Corey.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that George, you raised like kind of an interesting. It's almost like the elephant in the room with the introduction section I found, which is that a lot of the way it's written seems to be a bit reactive to what happened during the previous ISA. And I think that actually leads then to Mark Frampton's comments, which is that in my mind, that the section would benefit by better explanations of why things were done, better contextualization. I have some experience with the CASAC panels previously, and I don't want to say that this process right now that we're doing is extenuating, but it seems to be a little bit unusual. So any more context within the introduction, especially, that could kind of frame why this is being done, and maybe in the process also explain things like, you know, the terminology that's questionable, I think would be helpful and transparent.
Thank you, Jeremy. Corey.
So yeah, I don't have a complete understanding of what exactly is appropriate to include in the ISA versus the ISA supplement versus the PA, but some of that context I think did come out in the introductory material of the PA, where there were some quotes from, I guess, the administrator's statement on the decision to retain the standard. And I think some of that context that George and others now have referred to did kind of come out, at least to me, but I also was somewhat aware of what was going on last time around also. So maybe that's one place to look for suggestions on specific things that might be included in the ISA to help provide that context.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, oh, Mark, you wanted to say something.
Just to respond, the PA did have more background, but what I felt was missing from both the ISA and the PA was really what went on in terms of CASAC's recommendations and the EPA's responses and revisions to the 2019 ISA in response to those. Now, that may have appeared somewhere in the Federal Register, and the PA does make reference to one page in the Federal Register, but it turns out that the text, I looked it up, that was incorrect. It didn't even specify the health effect for which the causality issue was being discussed. So I agree with George said it well, that there is some background here and there's some history here that the ISA in, the causality determination issues are a response to that debate that went on in the previous CASAC, and some of that, the gist of that background, I think, needs to be laid out here as part of the justification for this reconsideration.
Barbara.
Well, I was thinking in my own head that belonged in the PA and not in the ISA, but I wonder, it might be helpful to hear from EPA about why they put that. I mean, they put some of it in the PA, right? So what is the rationale for putting that background in the ISA versus the PA? I think that might be helpful to hear from them.
Yeah, I actually agree. There's been so many hands up. We haven't had a chance to invite EPA to see if they wanted to comment on any of their thinking that would inform our deliberations. So if there's somebody from EPA that would like to respond, we would like to hear from you.
Sure, yeah, this is Steve Dutton, and I can start, but I also will mention that we do have some of our individuals from the Office of Air, OEQPS, on as well, who can maybe help out if there's anything they'd like to add. So you're right, there is, we have two documents here that we're bringing to you as part of this reconsideration, and it's a little bit different than a typical CASAC meeting where we're kind of starting with the ISA and then moving to the PA. In this case, we've got the benefit of having a completed ISA and an initial PA, and now we're coming back with a supplement to that ISA. Then, next, after Thanksgiving, we'll be reviewing the PA. So certainly the comments you've provided are very helpful. I think there are things that we could bring forward from the PA to provide additional context to why we've gone with the studies and the scope in the ISA. And, a number of the comments we've heard today, we can easily incorporate into the ISA so that it's a little bit more clear and transparent why we went down this path. I maybe see first if Jason Sachs has anything else you'd like to, someone from OEQPS would like to chime in.
Sure, I can chime in, Steve. I guess the one part we struggled with a little bit in the introduction is pulling in some of those quotes may have ventured too much into the policy arena. And that's why there is a little bit of difference between the introduction of the policy assessment versus the introduction of the supplement. We tried to focus it more on the science versus some of the decisions that were made to get us to this point. But obviously we would take comment on to whether including that information in the supplement would help clarify some of the decisions. I guess one other thing I wanted to comment on was the discussion about the causal inference studies. And one, it wasn't until just looking at the supplement introduction now that I could see how that one bullet point that George mentioned doesn't make as much sense where it is. But in no way were we intending to make it sound like causal inference studies are the gold standard or better than anything else. It was more of, as Dr. Frampton alluded to, it was a topic of discussion extensively in the last CASAC iterations on the ISA, which is why we felt like we had to, I guess, highlight them a little bit more. And I agree with all the other comments that were made that we don't want to make this assumption that they're somehow better than a lot of the studies that have been done in the past. That's not what we were intending to do. So anything we can, any recommendations on how to clarify that and make that point better are extremely welcome.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from EPA that wanted to comment before we circle back?
Yeah, and this is Karen. I'll just briefly say, I don't know if I need to add any more, but I agree with what Steve is saying, and any additional recommendations on things that we can do to improve the scope or things that you see that are not explaining things as well as you think they could be explained. I think we'd appreciate that. I think that, of course, there is a perspective that the ISA takes on the science and the policy assessments taking on the policy. And so maybe some of the flavor that you're seeing, it reflects that. But again, very open to recommendations there.
Thank you. I'm assuming, but Barbara has her hand up, and if somebody from EPA wants to also comment, feel free to raise your hand so I know that. Go ahead, Barbara.
I just said I'm just thinking that we ought to try to respect that boundary between the science and the policy as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you. Christina.
Okay. Yeah, so I had a question, just kind of circling back to a few comments that were made and wondering if the EPA representatives can respond, being someone who's new to this process and are, not familiar with how it's been done in previous years, previous iterations, about the restriction to US and Canadian studies. Is that something that's always been done, or is that something that's new just for the supplemental portion?
Thank you. Somebody from EPA want to respond?
Sure, I can comment on that. So in an ISA, in a normal starting from scratch, we consider everything. It's not limited to geographic region. The reason in the supplement that we've limited it to US and Canadian studies is because we're not starting from scratch. We already know the types of information that was important in the policy assessment development. And so in the policy assessment, there's actually text in there that notes that we emphasize multi-city and multi-state studies that examine health effects associations in the US or Canada. As such studies examine potential associations over large geographic areas with diverse atmospheric conditions and population demographics. Additionally, studies examining associations outside the US or Canada reflect air quality exposure patterns that may be less typical of the US and thus less likely to be informative for purposes of reviewing the NACs. And so it's because of that focus in the policy assessment, which is why in the supplement, we wanted to focus on those studies that were most relevant for then updating the policy assessment. So it's a little bit different than what we would normally encounter in an ISA because we have the policy assessment already from 2020 and know the types of information that would be relevant to them and then thinking about updating that information.
Thank you. John.
Well, that's specifically why I brought up the Liu paper in the New England Journal of Medicine that has a substantial contribution from US populations, because it is informative, particularly at the lower end of the concentration response curve, which is relevant to the US. So, I think it's really a mistake not to include that even in the supplement.
Thank you. Jeremy.
Just a quick follow-up question to Jason. In the 2019 ISA, though, it also was restricted to Canadian and US studies, or is that wrong?
In the 2019 ISA, there are international studies that are included in the document. I'll just also note real quickly in reference to Dr. Baum's, the Liu study is actually in the supplement because we pulled out those US and Canadian pieces because we did feel they were important, as you noted.
But when I looked at the references at the end of the supplement, the Liu paper isn't referenced.
Okay, I'll double check that, but I saw it in one of the figures and in some of the text. Maybe it just got cited incorrectly.
Okay, thank you.
Terry.
Yeah, just really quick. As a non-epidemiologist, I was sort of surprised at the discussion on causality, because I always heard from my epi buddies that epi study associations can't prove causality or rarely can. And so I'm surprised at some of this conversation. But I did think that the causal studies were some better statistics. So I guess I was misled there that they're better somehow. But the way it is, I was confused.
Corey.
Yeah, I can sort of try to respond to that question, but also, Leanne, you mentioned, is this something that we should continue to discuss right now, or should we move on and come back to some of this language around causality?
Yeah,
I just don't want to derail the whole thing because of this, but if we have to, we have to,
Well, it's clear that this is a topic we're going to need enough discussion on. And so, but it seems like it comes up more naturally in the health effects sections where those studies are reviewed. So maybe we should, there's a little bit in the introduction, so I don't mind us covering it now if it seems like it's better while it's on people's minds, but I think we'll come back to it also. So if you want to give a brief response now, and then maybe we can put the causality, we can defer additional causality discussion till later today or tomorrow.
Sure. Well, what I can say, I don't need to be the one with the last word on it for now, but what I would say is that I do think that there's an opportunity to be specific about what common threats to validity of observational studies or epidemiological studies these particular methods are supposed to help with. And whether they're labeled as causal modeling strategies or causal inference or not, that's, I think, kind of secondary. I think that what would be more useful, perhaps more transparent, is to say something specific about why they might be complementary or what might be different about them compared to these other studies, which I think we're all in agreement. Nobody wants to imply other studies are therefore not causal. And I think that the ISA has a lot of language that does that in the context of other studies already. I think that EPA has done this for a long time. Explain in detail various threats about confounding, specific detailed analysis strategies that are supposed to resolve them, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the pieces are sort of there to make it seem as though these particular things that authors chose to call causal are not automatically deemed somehow different.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have more discussion on this, and I invite everyone to make sure, both panelists and also EPA, as you need to make sure that we've addressed this thoroughly, because I think this is an important topic for the ISA. I want to ask George if you think that you have enough to start drafting the response to this charge question.
I do. I might want to ask Mark to send me a quick line pointing to the I believe it was a misplaced bullet that he mentioned, or maybe it's in his written comments. But other than that, I think I've got a lot of feedback. It's been a discussion. Thank you.
All right. In that case, I think we'll move on. Oh, Michael, did you want to say something first?
Yes, I was just thinking that one of the other important things that is seen but really wasn't pointed out was that there was a progression going from the 2009 ISA to the 2019 ISA to the supplement, indicating further and further strengthening of the causal relationships for a number of endpoints. So I think that's important to show that the literature, as it's expanding, is not showing a diminished relationship. Even though over time, concentrations in the air have been dropping, there are still strong relationships and strong associations with health effects. So I think it's really important to show that this is a situation that I won't say improving is not the correct word, but I think is strengthening what we're seeing.
Thank you. That's an important comment for the discussants to include in their response. All right, so I think we're ready to move on to charge question 3. If I can ask for you to put up the charge question so we can all read it. That would be Aaron or Will. Will post that or share your screen.
William, are you there? There you go.
All right, so charge question 3 says, to ensure that recent studies are put in the context of the conclusions of the 2019 PM ISA, the draft PM supplement pulls in information verbatim from the 2019 PM ISA to orient the audience. 2 ways this was done in the draft PM supplement is through section 2, which is the integrated synthesis chapter, i.e. chapter 1 of the 2019 PM ISA, and leading off each health and welfare effects section, a discussion in section 3 and 4 with the summary and causality determination from the 2019 PM ISA. So please comment on this approach and whether any additional modifications to the structure of the document can be made to better integrate evidence evaluated in the draft PM supplement with conclusions from the 2019 PM ISA. So with that, I invite George Allen to lead off the discussion.
Thank you, Leanne. For those, there was a revision to how this piece, section 2, the summary and causality conclusions. In the original agenda, it was a little unclear, and at first look, I said, oh my goodness, summarize the causality conclusions in sections 3 and 4? No. Then I looked at the charge question, and it turns out it's from the 2019 PM ISA. So this is limited to summaries of causality and conclusions from the 2019 ISA, not the new material presented in the supplement. So that's an important distinction, which may not be clear at first blush. So I found, although it is clearly important to put the context of recent studies into the, it's important to provide the context of the recent studies that the supplement covers, provide context relative to the conclusions of the 2019 ISA. I found the repeated emphasis of the 2019 findings, at least for me, for an audience who's already familiar with the previous review, found it somewhat excessive and a little bit confusing because it kind of got on the way. It made it more difficult for me to quickly focus on the summary and the integration of the new material into the supplement and its relevance to this review. As it's stated in the introduction, that this document is a supplement, and it is not intended to stand on its own for support of this reconsideration. But on the other hand, for those new to this who are not familiar with the previous iteration of 2019, maybe this is needed. And so I'm actually seeking input from the panel on that, although I did not find it as useful. Others actually may have. So let's kind of set that aside for the moment. What I did like was how Chapter 3 summarizes the material, relevant material from 2019 in the 4 sections in Chapter 3 that, lead off the 4 major sections there. Each of those is 4 to 6 pages in long, but that includes the tables. I think that combined, the tables and the text together provide a pretty good summary of information necessary for that context, context for the material in the new studies that then follow. I found the summaries to be concise and clear. And they were well done. And I'm wondering, given that, maybe the material in Chapter 2, which is the integrated synthesis from 2019, I think as a whole, just plopped in there. I'm not positive it's just the entirety of it. Maybe it could be incorporated by reference to help focus the document on the new studies that are key to this reconsideration. I guess it doesn't hurt to keep it in there, but it's an extra whole chapter that kind of gets in the way of where I wanted to go when I opened up the document. And a minor note, there's a reference to table 3-4 on page 3.3 that actually should be to table 3-1, which is directly below it. That's worth noting to make sure that gets fixed. So that's really all I had. As I say, I really liked the 4 to 6 page summaries at the beginning of each of the major sections, 3.1.1.1, 3.1.2.1, etc. I thought those were well done and very useful. Thanks.
Thank you, George. I think we'll invite Jim Boylan for his comments.
Okay, got the camera on. Yeah, so I don't have a whole lot of comments here, but I did think pulling the information directly from the 2019 PM ISA was a good approach for laying the foundation and setting the foundation for the new information provided in the supplement. And, while I was very involved with the last review, I still found it useful because it has been a couple of years, and it, rather than going back to the old document and having to relook stuff up there, it was nice I thought it was nice for me to have it right in front of me to refresh my memory before I jumped into the supplement. So I found it useful. And I guess, like George was saying, if someone didn't find it useful or was, didn't need a refresher, they could just skip it. But I thought it was worthwhile keeping in the summaries that were in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, do you have anything additional to add?
Only one thing, which again is relatively minor. I was happy with the structure of this part of it, and with the summaries. I thought it was very, very well done and very informative. The only thing that was a little jarring to me is that in starting with section 3.1, cardiovascular effects, instead of this is after section 2, the summary or the insert from the 2019 ISA. the section 3.1 is about the newer recent studies that are being summarized, but it starts off with not these new findings, but with descriptions of biologically plausible mechanisms that had been described in the 2019 ISA. And that just kind of threw me off. I don't think that part I think is misplaced. It could be worked into the previous section, or it could be just left out because I don't think it fits here. That would be that's also true of sections 3.122, 3.212, 3.222. It's in my comments there, but again, that's editorial. It doesn't change the meaning or the completeness of the ISA, so I view it as kind of a minor thing. That's all.
Thank you, Mark. Now I want to invite if there's anybody else on the panel who wishes to comment on this charge question.
Can I ask Mark a quick question?
Sure.
Let's see. Your comments, I think, are for the sections immediately after the 4 to 6 page introduction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's good. I just wanted to clarify that they're not part of the actual retrospective intro. They're after that.
Correct. That's
okay.
After that. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Next up is Jane Clougherty.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for these comments. I just want to echo what George shared, and thank you for sharing that, George. And I apologize, my camera is a little off.
There she is.
But I appreciate George's honesty in sharing that the document can be hard to find your way through at times. And I appreciate that it's beautifully written and it's an extraordinary effort by EPA staff. But for people who are perhaps a little less used to reading documents that are written of this type or of this structure, it can be a little unwieldy. And I felt like many times over, I read the summary of the prior conclusions from the 2019 ISA. And that did get in the way at times. And it was hard to separate what was new from what was old. So I think it's worth kind of having a summary chapter up front, if it's possible to sort of leave it behind there and then focus in a little bit more clearly thereafter on what is new. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry.
I sort of had the opposite view. I thought it was very appropriate to have that synthesis chapter dropped in there for the naive, getting back to what George said, for the naive reader. I thought it was very helpful.
All right, so seems like a lot of different opinions here. Barbara.
Well, I guess I agree. I'm sorry, George. I was on CASAC before, and so, I was reading something I had read already, but the supplement isn't enough. It doesn't stand on its own, right? You really need to know all this, have that summary of what was in the 2019 ISA in mind when you start reading the new information. And so I feel like, yeah, we got to keep it there.
Thank you. Any additional comments? It seems like we have multiple perspectives here, and I don't know if George feels like he has clarity on what kind of advice to write up for EPA, but I'm not sure I've heard consistent comments yet.
No, this is going to be challenging. I think there's a distinction between the material in chapter 2, which is a standalone piece, and then the little mini summaries at the beginning of each of the chapter 3 sections for each of the major health endpoints. And it's unclear whether folks, when they're talking about the 2019 material being brought forward, whether they're talking about those 4 to 6 page sections in section 3, or whether it's the material in chapter 2 or elsewhere. So that there is a little confusion on my part there.
Well, David, are you going to be able to answer that?
No, but I think this needs to have a few more of us kind of chime in here. So
Yeah.
my thought here is I like having both sections. I think you want that broad section chapter that's being reviewed here that lays out and reminds everyone what was the conclusions of it. But I think you do need to have that individual summary, much shorter, but summary in each individual section. Because again, the reader may not be going through the whole document all at once and maybe looking for specific sections. So I think it makes sense to have a short summary there of those findings to lay it out for the reader for that individual section.
Thank you. Deborah.
Yeah, I would agree with what Dave just said. I thought as somebody who wasn't there last time, it was actually helpful. I do agree. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to disentangle, but I do think it's helpful to have it there.
Thank you. Michael.
Yes, just looking at the way this is structured, it seems to me that it might work better if you take each of the sections and start out with the recent work, but for each of the key endpoints. So you have a section on ischemic heart disease and myocardial infarction and the recent stuff, but you could start out with a short paragraph saying, in the 2019 document, this is what we saw, and then go into the recent stuff. So separating out all of these key elements and keeping them together with each paragraph of the recent material. So you don't get lost reading a whole thing on this is what we did, and now this is the new stuff, and you kind of get it, without having it all juxtaposed. I think it would be, I think it would read a lot better that way.
Thank you. John.
Whoops. I almost left the meeting by mistake there. I was trying to lower my hand. Well, two things. One, I want to apologize to Mr. Sachs. I did find the Lou reference in the citation. I don't know. I must have had a brain freeze when I was looking earlier. But in terms of the structure and organization of the supplement, I agree that it's very helpful to have the 2019 findings. For the naive reader, I agree with Dave Rich and others who have said that. But I do think that staff might consider Mike Kleinman's suggestion to make it more readable.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer.
I just wanted to chime in as well. I agree with the last couple of statements about that it's very helpful the way it is with that background and the context in there. I do think the toughest part to read is the transition between the old and the new. And so maybe if there can be some focus on that transition, I think Mark was suggesting this as well. In some of the transitions, it was hard to know that you were transitioning. But other than that, I thought it was really helpful.
Okay. No more hands up. George, do you think you have enough sense of consensus now to respond, or do we need a little bit more discussion?
Well, we're getting there. I think Jennifer's focus on the transition, and that is kind of where I sometimes got lost too. You weren't sure which you were reading unless you were paying awfully close attention, and that's hard work to do for a long document. But I think I can put something together, but I also see another Mark's hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that, I have pretty much a consensus here. I mean, I agree. Sorry, George, I agree with most everybody else that I like that chapter 2 in there, section 2, the way it is. And I think my comment is, my comment during my written comment about putting that paragraph in about the mechanisms and pathways, that's that's getting at that transition. And I think I was sort of having issue with the same thing, is this transition from the background section into the new studies. And so I'd agree with that, those comments. So I think we probably have kind of a consensus here, as I would see it.
Yeah, I'm not, we can, chapter 2 can stay as it is. It doesn't hurt anything. I was just wondering if it, was necessary, but it's absolutely, leave it as it is fine with me. It's really more the material in chapter 3 and how that's covered and dispersed and transition. So.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems like we've reached some sort of closure on this charge question, and I think maybe we're ready to move on to charge question 4 on section 3. All right, so this charge question reads, Section 3 characterizes the recent health effects evidence that falls within the scope of the draft PM supplement. Please comment on the identification, evaluation, and characterization of the available scientific evidence in Section 3. Please comment on whether the summary sections in Section 3 appropriately characterize recent evidence in the context of the conclusions of the 2019 PM ISA. And C, please comment on whether there are any topics or studies that fall within the scope of the draft PM supplement that should be added or receive additional discussion in Section 3, or any topics for which discussion should be shortened or removed from Section 3. Now, in terms of how the agenda is set up and how we did assignments by the 3 major sections in Section 3. And I noticed from the preliminary comments that commenters sometimes didn't just focus on the section. So I will leave it to the commenters to decide when I call on them, whether they're going to focus on the entire section 3 or whether they're going to focus on more detailed aspects of the subsections. And then at the end of all 3 sections, we'll come back. I think it's on the agenda for tomorrow, depending on how quickly we move through things, where we'll come back and sort of circle back and make sure that we have for the whole section 3 a decent consensus about these charge questions. So after that preamble, I invite John Baums, who's lead of section 3.1, to comment, and then followed by Deborah Corey-Slechta, Mark Frampton, Mike Kleinman, David Rich, and then Mark Weiskopf.
Thank you, Leanne. So just a little comment. I'm not a cardiologist, and I noticed that the panel is packed with pulmonary critical care physicians like me. I do feel like I know the literature pretty well in terms of PM 2.5 and cardiovascular effects, even though I've been more focused in my career on respiratory effects. I think my take on the section on cardiovascular effects of chapter 3 is pretty straightforward, and I'm going to keep my comments brief because I'm more interested in my other panelists' views, since I sort of have to take the lead in drafting up our response for this section. Table 3.1 does summarize the evidence for a causal relationship between short-term PM 2.5 exposure and cardiovascular effects from the 2019 ISA. And there's another table, I don't have the number in front of me, for the long-range exposures and effects on the cardiovascular system. And I think these 2 tables summarize the findings from the last review in terms of a causal relationship, and they basically summarize the consistent epidemiologic evidence, supportive evidence from controlled human exposure studies, and then consistent evidence from animal tox studies. So there's coherence, in my view, between the controlled human exposure studies and the animal tox studies to support cardiovascular effects, a causal relationship between short and long-term exposures to PM 2.5 and cardiovascular effects. So I think that the summary of the newer evidence just strengthens the evidence for these two causal relationships. And there's some of the studies deal with confounding in a deeper way. There's evidence with regard to socioeconomic factors, not confounding the relationship and actually suggesting that there's more of an effect modification. While the controlled human exposure studies aren't, the literature, aren't 100% consistent, they do, in my view, mostly support a causal relationship, and certainly the animal tox studies do as well. So I think that it actually is pretty easy here, in my view. There was already a causal relationship determined from the 2019 ISA, and the new studies really strengthen rather than weaken that assessment. So I'll stop there and ask my colleagues to chime in.
Thank you. So Deborah Corey-Slechta, you're next.
Debbie, you're muted.
Sorry. I have very little to add. I completely agree with that. And having not been on this last time, I felt that things were very objectively presented and characterized. Where there were inconsistencies, that was noted, or things, how things informed the strength of the relationships and associations. So I think we're just commenting on A, right, at this point? Yeah, I completely agree with that. I felt that the study weaknesses were also noted, and concur with the conclusions that they come to on that basis.
Yeah, just to clarify, John, were you just focused on part A of the section of the question, or were you focused on the entire?
Could we put back up?
Yeah, Will, could you put the slide back up? So part A was comment on the identification, evaluation, and characterization of the available evidence. And then comment on whether the summary sections appropriately characterize the recent evidence in the context of the previous conclusions, and whether there are any topics or studies that fall within the scope that should be added or receive additional discussion.
Thank you for putting that back up. I really was commenting on A and B. I think the summary sections do a good job of highlighting what's important, and I think the identification, evaluation, and characterization of available scientific evidence is fine as well. I don't feel like there's need to put new topics or studies into the supplement. I think it's got enough already. I'm sure that we could find one or two studies somewhere, maybe 3 or 4, but I don't think it's necessary.
All right, thank you. And Deborah, did you want to comment on B and C, section B and C before we move on?
Thank you. My comments, by the way, included both the cardiovascular disease and mortality. I'll comment a couple things on C. I think one of the things that it could be nice to clarify is what is meant by short versus long. And I'm sure they are to some extent specific to the studies, but I think it would be useful to know that. And I raise that because these are lifelong exposures essentially, and they begin in utero. So what exactly do we mean by long? The other thing I thought might be helpful, there are, and I don't have the figure numbers yet, and I believe this was for the mortality, or maybe it was cardiovascular disease, but the figures present the name of the study, the area, blah, blah, but they don't really provide any little details on sample size or some of that kind of information that I'm used to seeing in some of the EPA risk assessment documents that I think are also helpful to making the case, because they really highlight differences between the studies and the fact that you see the same outcomes regardless of those differences. So I thought those, and some of the way the tables are, or those figures are presented right now, you can't read what's in the red print anyway. So maybe some expansion of those would be helpful.
Thank you. Shall we move on to Mark Frampton?
Sure, and I would just echo that I thought section 3 was well done. The writing is for the most part very clear and clearly presented, and I have really no major comments. I had a few specific comments which are mostly of an editorial nature. And my first one was the difficulty in reading some of these figures, especially figure 323 there. And these are important figures. They need a landscape presentation on a page themselves here to be able to see the fine print. I don't think I need to go through my individual editorial comments because they're really just suggestions for further clarifying it. I do make a comment about on page 328, it says, however, a recent toxicological study adds to similar evidence from the 2009 PMISA, but there's no reference given. So it's not clear. It says recent study, but it's not clear what this is. They're describing a new study or a study that was covered in the 2019. This may be a reference to Lippman et al. Of 2013. If it is, it's not really, shouldn't be described as necessarily as a recent study, and it was reviewed in the 2019 ISA. I found, I think, a couple of errors in the description of the Bai et al. Study. They're in my written comments, so I'll let EPA just look at that. Hopefully I was looking at the right tables and the right information. There's an additional comment about a paragraph on page 339 it's listing a bunch of hazard ratios, but it's unclear what the hazard ratios are referring to. It would benefit with some revision. I'll skip a couple of other editorial comments there. Description of the Hemmingson et al. Human study. This is in section 331 on page 121. This study was reviewed in the 2019 ISA, but only in the context of cancer as an endpoint. And it was reviewed with regard to its negative findings on DNA damage and blood mononuclear cell gene expression. But it's interesting, the 2019 ISA did not identify the positive findings on this study on vascular and cardiac function, and that is reviewed in this supplement. So it might be good to mention that that this study was only partially reviewed in the 2019, despite its date of 2015. I had nothing on questions subsets B and C. I really had nothing to add on those, so that's all I have.
Thank you. Next up is Mike Kleiman.
I agree pretty much with what has been said. My thought that is related to a little bit of an expansion. I think it's important. It would be useful to expand the brief discussion of mechanisms, especially as they relate to biological plausibility and the link between what is seen in controlled human and animal exposures and the epidemiology. Just judging from some of the public comments, there's a not a very good appreciation of how this biological plausibility does lend itself to providing more confidence in the fact that we are seeing important health effects, even though they're at very low levels. They are consistent and in most cases coherent between the controlled studies and the epidemiological studies. And I think it's important that is somehow highlighted in the chapter. The other comment that I wanted to make is one of the things that is alluded to and mentioned briefly is that there are differences between responses of men and women in response to cardiovascular exposures and cardiovascular changes. And to some extent, those may represent some of the inconsistencies seen in epidemiological studies. And to the extent possible, I think at least some appreciation of the importance of sex as a biological variable in these studies should be taken into account.
Thank you. So let's see, where are we? David Rich is next.
So I'll comment mostly on sections A and B, and I thought, again, I agree with others that generally this is a very well-written section, and I appreciate the time and energy that went into it. So thank you for that. But I wanted just to give some suggestions, again, that we talked about having that introductory paragraph kind of lay the framework for a section and what might and what would really might be useful there and then throughout the section. So the first point I wanted to make was that each of these effect estimates, after some digging, I found that looking in those small figures, that each of these effect estimates is scaled to a 10 microgram per cubic meter increase in PM 2.5, but that's not, laid out very easily in the text. And so again, I think for each of these disease specific sections where you're laying out kind of what was found in 2019, and then you're going to present the new stuff, just very clearly stated in each of those that, each of the effect estimates discussed below is scaled to a 10 microgram per cubic meter increase. And I think you need to do that for the short-term effects. And then when you do any of the long-term, whether or not it's for mortality or other health outcomes, whatever it might be, again, make sure you state at the beginning of each section that those are for a 5 microgram per cubic meter increase. You need that to make the comparison. Other general comments, again, I don't have a problem necessarily with the way studies are, what they report, but I think some of these need to have consistent associations reported in the text. So if you say there's an effect estimate given with a 95% confidence interval, and then this study had found no association, but no effect estimate is presented. And I think the reader needs that because they need to make sure they can judge, are they making that determination of no association based on the effect estimate itself, maybe how precise it is, or if they're looking at statistical significance as well. So I think that even when you say that there's no association, there still needs to be the effect estimate or effect estimates presented and confidence intervals presented. Little thing, when you present, you say something about, we found the strongest effect in tertile 3. Well, show us what the effects are in tertiles 2 and 1. We, again, make sure that all of that information is presented. There's a section in here where they talk about lag periods for immediate, delayed, and prolonged. And I think that, again, is kind of similar to what Debbie was saying, is that we need to make sure we define here clearly in each of these, anytime that kind of stuff is defined, is what exactly is the time frame that's being laid out. right? And that should be something pretty simple to add, but just make sure that information is provided there, so for the reader, they can follow along. And then the last point I wanted to make is, unfortunately, I think the point I was making was on my studies, my group study, so I'm not sure. I want to raise a point on how maybe to present it, and then maybe I have to back off and let others discuss it, because again, it is my studies. And I know, Mark, you're going to talk about, you may talk about some of it. I saw one of your comments. But what I wanted to specifically talk about is that there's studies presented in the accountability studies section, right? And it's the Zhang study in 2018, right? And yes, it was an accountability study, but it's not probably what others would look for. And what's presented in that study is actually, it's a case crossover study, but it presents, say, an effect estimate for what is the rate of ischemic heart disease hospitalizations associated with each 10 microgram per cubic meter increase in the past few days. Okay? And I think it's presented and it's described reasonably nicely in the accountability section. But if we're, it's not included in the figures for each of those disease specific groups, where it provides that effect estimate that should be comparable to all the other studies that are presented there. So I'll leave that to others. Again, it's and maybe leave that to others to decide. But I'd suggest maybe including that and any of the other studies like that make sure they're included in those disease specific groups. So at the end of those sections, when you make a conclusion about, hey, is there any new information on ischemic heart disease, that all the studies are included, not just those that are reviewed there, and leaving out the accountability studies. All right. And so, and the long study again was something as well. But somehow, if you do want to include that study or in others, if there's others like that in the disease specific groups, but you've described it in the accountability section, maybe just refer the reviewer there. So I'll stop there and then let others, again, I'll back off from the conversation on that, but I suggest something like that to make sure that it's included in the evidence base for each disease group.
Thank you. I think we'll move on to Mark Weisskopf before we open it up to fuller discussion, or yeah, we'll have to decide. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Okay. Thank you. So first, yeah, I echo that. In general, I think this is quite a good section. It reads very well, and most of it seems to be captured well. And people have already raised some great points about it. I guess a couple things I would say in terms of charge question A, maybe, there are a couple places where I noted them in the written notes, so I don't think I need to go over great detail, where I think a particular paper may not have quite been captured correctly, or it was a little confusing. I think Mark also mentioned a place where several hazard ratios were given. It was a little hard to figure out what was referring to what. There are a couple places where I think the key study finding or some description of how they did the study wasn't quite correct, and I don't need to go into the gory details right here. I did put them in my written notes. In terms of capturing, I will say one sort of overall thing. I don't know if this is more for A or B. Is there's a variety of places where there's discussion of copollutant potential confounding and control for copollutants, and it's not usually. I didn't find it clear on whether what was being described was simply a two pollutant model or multi-pollutant models, and they kept picking off individual ones that they would tell me about, but that it was actually a multi-pollutant model. And I think that makes a little bit of a difference, and it'd be worth being a little clearer on whether the paper actually included multiple pollutants in the model or only two at a time as they checked all of them. So being clear on that would be helpful. The issue, I don't want to rehash everything here about the causal methods, but I do need to touch on it briefly because to pick up on the conversation before, I do think that some of these, what are now being referred to as causal methods, are, for some threats to validity, as Corey was pointing out, are better, right? I mean, they do handle some things better, but it's relevant for what threat to validity you're concerned about for those. And I guess the general comment would be, I think I would feel more comfortable if we were referring to them as something like maybe advanced causal methods or more modern causal methods to sort of help with this idea that the other stuff was not necessarily trying to get at causality, which is the concern I had overall as I was sort of thumbing through it. So people can think about that comment. Let's see. There were, yeah, so just a couple places on specifics in terms of the summaries capturing things. In general, I thought that was pretty good. There were a couple places where not, and they tended to, a couple of times I sort of felt like it seemed like the extra literature since 2019 was sort of focused a little bit more on vulnerable groups. And that didn't always come out. It was sort of like, oh, it just extends the 2019, but it seemed to me that some specific mention of the fact that they look like they're finding strong things in particular, either people with health conditions or lower socioeconomic status, things of that sort. I think one of the places was section 31123. A lot of that newer literature was seemingly in vulnerable populations, but there wasn't any mention of that in the summary. Section 31125 also, it didn't seem to have a summary of the statement. So I think of the section. So I think something there should probably be added in. Yeah, I think other than that, though, overall, it read quite well. And I thought it generally captured things very well. As I say, I have some written comments about some specific places where I felt that maybe a particular paper was not quite captured correctly, and then made comments on that. And certainly if whoever's going over that has questions about what I was saying, I'm happy to follow up on that.
Thank you, Mark. I see Terry Gordon has his hand up.
Yeah, sorry, but I didn't pay attention to the assignments too well. So I had the cardiovascular under my scope, but there were a couple things. I thought it was very well written. The couple concerns I had was as far as removing or shortening, that there was a section on short-term PM2.5 and stroke, which overall seemed like pretty weak. So I was wondering why that was even included, or could it perhaps be removed or shortened. On the other hand, there was a couple spots where I think, as Mark just mentioned, there was no conclusion. So there was an aggregated cardiovascular endpoints, and it described the recent studies, but then it didn't conclude anything. And similarly, in the long-term PM2.5 and hypertension, it seemed to present a moderate amount of data for altered blood pressure in postmenopausal women. Yet, number one, there was no conclusion statement about what that meant. And then I almost got the impression that the data was strong enough that, as Dr. Kleiman just said, there was a male-female difference, but this wasn't brought up. This was brought up rarely anyplace else, that these postmenopausal women might have had an association between PM2.5 and hypertension, and it just wasn't brought up. So I thought that could have been clarified a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Mark.
Yeah, sorry, that just made me remember one other specific comment that I did write, but I wanted to point out here is that related to that, I think in figure 3.6, that section, and now I'm forgetting which section it is, was in fact specifically talking about a sub-analysis in one of the papers among diabetics in the text, but didn't show that in the figure. And it struck me that maybe that should actually be in the figure, the result among the diabetics.
David, Rich.
I just wanted to kind of hammer home that point that Terry made. I agree. I didn't say that strong enough, that summary section, you have nice summaries of these papers, but really there needs to be some conclusion at the end of each of these sections that kind of says, does this reinforce, weaken the evidence, so that it's clear at the end of the day, at the end of the section, what this adds.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have any comments? We're at the agenda before the break. I can open it up to talk more about the specific section, or we could also go on with the prepared comments that people have for the section 3.2, since people addressed them differently. Some people focused on the overall section 3. Some people focused more narrowly on the subsections, and I think all of that's fine as long as we get good consensus responses at the end. I'm not seeing any more hands anymore. Oh, Christina Fuller.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to kind of, I don't know if it's necessarily addressed, but also comment on what Mark was just saying about some of the studies that are given this section and focused on vulnerable populations. And I think that that's definitely fine. And it fits in this section versus the at-risk population sections, because this is, looking at the whole, you may be referring to D'Souza, I think, maybe, congestive heart failure hospital admissions among low-income and or disabled Americans, because that's the population they focused on. And so I think that that's fine. It fits because it's based on that particular population. And for the at-risk section is really looking at those studies that have assessed a comparison of comparing high versus low versus looking at a whole population that is similar. So I think it's good to have, different types of populations that are captured in this section.
Thank you for that. All right, I'm not seeing any more hands up, so I want to check. I think that it would make sense for us to move on to the mortality section, and we'll see how far we get before our break at noon or 3 or whatever in between for time zone. But before we do that, Barbara, did you want to talk, or your hand went down?
Well, I didn't really mean to put my hand up, but I was just thinking about, I was wondering if EPA thought about including nervous system effects and had that discussion and decided not to, or was it just a clear decision on their part? I'm not that familiar with the new evidence for nervous system effects, so.
I mean, based on their conditioning on what was considered causal in the 2019 ISA, it didn't get it. That's my understanding. That's why it's not in here. We can ask EPA to respond, but Mark has his hand up first.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I mean, this relates to this comment somebody made before about the issue that if one focuses in the supplement on things that prior to, in 2019 were deemed likely causal, what happens if the subsequent literature would change your mind? In the neuro setting, there are actually, I think, 4 large cohort studies, for example, on dementia and maybe cognitive function too, that I believe probably have come out since the 2019 that, who knows, might change one's classification of that. So but that might be not part of our purview, but it is. I had that same thought that Barbara was raising.
Is there any clarifying follow-up that EPA wants to chime in about? I'm not, only if you want to. I don't think you need to if you don't want to. All right, not seeing anything. I think we'll move on to the mortality section, see how far we get before our break. So this would be Doctors Bell, Clougherty, Gordon, Peel, Sarnett, and Ziegler. And again, don't feel constrained to only focus on that part of the chapter if you, in fact, chose to comment more broadly. So Michelle, do you want to start out?
I'll be glad to. I just want to take a minute to compliment EPA on this enormous amount of work that's been done. And several people have mentioned that this is well written and incredibly well resourced. And I just want to commend you on that. So we're spending a lot of time talking today about ways to improve it, but I just want to acknowledge that and thank all of you. There are a lot of detailed comments that I'm not going to go through that I and others put in their submitted comments that talk about clarifications to text and figures. A lot of this deals with improvements that can be made to help clarify concepts. So I just want to highlight that there are a lot of those there, but I'm not going to go through all of them. And I just want to focus on some key issues, kind of relating to what Leanne was saying. A lot of these issues are related to conversations we've already had because they relate to other parts of the document, but because they were part of my and other authors, colleagues' comments on this section, I'm going to highlight them here as well. And one is the Canada-US issue. So I think that what's come up in the conversation so far includes things like if we're going to focus just on Canada and the US, that needs to be justified. We can imagine justifications for that. My personal view is that to say studies conducted elsewhere are not informative is a really bold statement that I would not make. So for example, the particulate matter in South Korea, for example, has a chemical structure quite similar to that of the Western United States compared to the Eastern United States and so on. So I think there's several things. One is like, are we sure that that's the path forward? And if it is the path forward, there's two things I think that can be done to help. One is to make the justification, and the other is to make it consistent. I actually didn't feel that the focus on Canadian US studies was perfectly consistent throughout this whole document, including this section. I personally, it's really hard to come up with a structure. I don't think there's like the ideal structure we should obviously use. But for me personally, like there's sections on mortality with subsections on short and long-term exposure. And then earlier, there's sections on short and long-term exposure with subsections on mortality. I found that a little confusing and circular myself. Another comment relating to something that's been mentioned before, I apologize, I forget that it was this issue of short versus long-term exposure. And I think that it is fine to note that these are not distinct, clear lines, right? So, I mean, some exposures are kind of more obvious, like if it's just, 1 or 2 days, we call that short-term exposure. If it's 5 years, we call that long-term exposure, but what about 9 months kind of thing? But regardless, so my personal view is we don't have to pretend that they're distinct lines, but I felt that could be better described to help aid readers who aren't familiar with all of this literature. I think some others commented in our written documents that the factors that are contributing to the heterogeneity of effects of PM 2.5 are really important to discuss here, and they get a lot of attention. But a lot of that attention is focusing on differences in relation to components and sources and chemical structure, and that's all really important and should be in there. I think there also could be more attention to differences in population, and here I'm referring to differences in individual level characteristics and community contextual level characteristics. And I think that could be, those two scales could be specified. I think there's more attention is needed there. We have strong evidence for both of those. I felt that was missing and could be highlighted more. This also relates to my thought that the issue of environmental justice does not receive enough attention in this section, or frankly, the document writ large. I do want to mention, it is mentioned in some places, but I think this is such an enormous issue, both in terms of its importance and in terms of the strength of the scientific evidence, that I think the document, I think it's warranted for the document to have more emphasis on environmental justice, or on the concept that there are differences in effects by race, ethnicity, income, men, women, and so on. I do want to just compliment the authors as well, that when they talked about this issues, they distinguished between disparities based on exposure. So some people have higher levels of exposure than others, and then disparities based on concentration response functions. So even if we all had the same level of exposure, environmental health disparities would still exist. And this distinction is very often blurred over and missed, and it's quite nicely distinguished in this document. And then the last comment I want to make, which also relates to some earlier comments, is the issue of effect modification versus confounders and so on. I found sometimes that conversation got a little bit muddled. And I think, I mean, it's hard to know what the authors were thinking when they wrote this, but I felt like sometimes they were trying to bend things, like this is effect modification and this is confounders. And maybe that'll work. The public health community is known for a variety of how terms are defined, and they're not always defined the same across disciplines, from public health to economics and so on. So one strategy might be to, instead of trying to bend things, to talk about the reasons why effect estimates are different and how they differ. So I'm just, I guess just my two bottom line comments about this issue is that I find the text is currently a little muddled with effect modification and confounding. And then my second comment is I don't think it's necessary to try to bend things. What's more important is to try to get those concepts across. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next up is Jane Clougherty.
Hello, thank you all. Really excellent summary and start to this discussion, Michelle. Thank you very much. I'll second everything that Dr. Bell shared. I thought that was an excellent way to get us started in this discussion. And I'll share that overall, I did agree with the summary of this section, and that overall we see a positive apparently causal association between PM 2.5 and mortality. I do think that there are a few improvements that can be made in how the evidence is written up in this section. Again, overall, a beautiful job by EPA staff, and it's an extraordinary amount of work that's been done in a very short period of time. A few sort of smaller comments, and I'll talk about maybe two broad conceptual issues that I saw. One is that there seems to be something a little bit funny about how biological plausibility is discussed, and it's discussed in a few sections really in terms of epidemiologic evidence, which is a little bit funny. And that's where we would like to see maybe more of a nod to, the toxicology studies as being, important in sort of laying the biologic plausibility and the epidemiologic evidence helping us understand associations and concentration response functions. I think it's probably worth reinforcing the point that Dr. Bell made, which is that there could be a broader emphasis on EJ and disproportionate exposures brought up earlier into this section and throughout the document. And I want to make a nod to an issue that came up yesterday in our public comments, which is publication bias, which at least I did not see is kind of directly addressed. It certainly can't explain the concentration response functions that we see for the most part, but I think it's important to acknowledge that there is publication bias in most sciences. There are methods to address that highly imperfectly, but to acknowledge. One of the broad sort of conceptual issues that I saw in the writing of this section is that it seems to be somewhat taken for granted that in terms of sample size, bigger is always better. And I think it's important that we caveat that there are important trade-offs made between gaining a larger sample size and sometimes compromising on the quality of the exposure measurement, and sort of being honest to that. And I think that relates to the second broad issue that I wanted to raise, which is co-pollutant adjustment, where I have a little bit of hesitance, and it's acknowledged that there aren't as many studies that have done really deep co-pollutant adjustment in this area yet. And what is not discussed, though, is that the scales of variation for appropriate co-pollutant adjustment might be quite different. So in a lot of the larger epidemiologic studies that have been done on PM and mortality in the US, there have been improvements in recent decades going from, 10 kilometers squared to 1 kilometer squared scales of resolution in PM exposure assignment. But a lot of the important co-pollutants that we worry about, such as NOx, vary at much finer scales than 1 kilometer squared. So if 1 kilometer squared may very well capture the bulk of the variation that we want to see in ambient PM 2.5, it won't necessarily capture the co-pollutants that we're most worried about. And we do see real differences in the robustness of the association for PM, depending upon the co-pollutant adjustment, which is a little bit of concern to me. And then likewise, I also see that there is sort of an assumption made in the document that multi-city studies are better. And certainly that has some policy appeal, and that certainly helps in terms of increasing epidemiologic sample size, which is so important when you're looking at associations with something like mortality. But again, just like working with larger sample sizes, when we're working across multiple cities and studies, trade-offs start being made between doing comparability in exposure assignment versus accuracy in exposure assignment within each one of those cities. And kind of being honest about that multi-city isn't necessarily always capturing more. Relatedly, to the point of effect modification, I agree with Dr. Bell that there's a little bit of funniness, at least in my mind, in how the term effect modification is used, because something like between city variance is considered effect modification, when I'm not really sure if that's differences in exposures or that's differences in the concentration response function between cities, which is one of the reasons why in the multi-city studies, for a lot of the things where we want to understand what may vary the concentration response function, single city analyses sometimes might give us a more common base of comparison in order to look at that. So we're not looking at both differences between exposure models and potential susceptibility factors at the same time. And I think that's the bulk of the topics I wanted to raise. But again, overall, I think it's a wonderful job. And thank you to everyone at EPA and everyone who's commented previously.
Thank you, Jane. Next up is Terry Gordon. Terry, did you have anything to add? You already made some comments, but I want to invite you to add more if you are ready to at this time.
Not really. I thought the section was really well written. It clearly evaluated the causal evidence for PM and mortality, whether it was cardiovascular or respiratory. For non-epi person, I thought the evaluations of the confounding concerns and uncertainty factors were clearly written, at least for me. The one part that I thought, and this would go under B, the one part that I thought could use some clarification was sort of already brought up, was when we're talking about the susceptible subpopulations. It clearly, the text clearly defined that there's increased exposure concentrations and there's inherent, let's call it, or innate susceptibility response differences. When it came to the subsections, sometimes I lost that clarity. There was no attribution to, okay, the subpopulation has increased exposures, and that's probably the reason. There were some subsections where it wasn't so clear. That's all.
Great, thank you. Jennifer.
Thank you. I just want to echo the comments that we've heard before, that this was a really well-written section. I mean, it was very clear, very well articulated, very well explained. So I think that it was a really outstanding job in that respect. So I had just a couple of comments to add to what was already said. There were a couple of places that I've just pointed out, some places where it might be helpful to clarify what we're learning from a particular study. The description of the study might be really detailed and very well done, but then there's no final statement saying, how this contributes to our knowledge or what it contributes that's new. So I have a couple of examples, like the Levine study in 2018. I think that's one of the Canadian studies, where it's looking at effect modification by oxidant gases. I think it's a really well done study and a good description, but I think it'd be helpful to add a little bit more in terms of what we learn then about PM for this ISA and for this supplement. There were a couple places I pointed out, and focusing on when there were comments about the concentration response functions, and when there were comments about seeing effects down to a certain level. I think this is a really important point. And I think wherever the section talks about that and makes a statement that, there's evidence down to 5 or down to 4, there are a couple of places, I think from the Levine study in figure 318, and then maybe again in the Pope study, and a couple of other places I've noted. I really think it deserves some clarification and explanation how that cut point, how the author decided that the evidence was evident down through the level of 5, for example. Was it based on the uncertainty bounds or the shape, the effect estimates not going below 0 or 1, however they're being presented. So I do think it's not that I was disagreeing with what was stated, but I think some explanation there could be helpful to justify that statement. I think the section where it talks about the D et al. Study from 2017, this is obviously one of the very large Medicare studies, really well done. And, the aspect when the results of this study are presented, it's so large, there's virtually no uncertainty, right? I mean, when you have an entire population, the uncertainty bounds basically aren't really useful or meaningful at that point. So I think this could be confusing to some readers, and I think that could at least be pointed out. You know, why some places I couldn't even tell if they were there. They're so tight around the effect estimate that this could at least be pointed out that it's really not the focus. You know, if somebody is focusing on those uncertainty intervals, they're probably not very meaningful from a study like that has virtually the entire population. I think one of the charge questions was sections that could be reduced. The Way-et-al study from 2020 and 2021, there are two studies that are discussed. I think this is in the accountability or causal inference section. It goes on, the section goes on for about 2 pages on these two studies. And I think that could be shortened, made a little bit briefer there, but still get the point across. I think there was a lot of extraneous information there. And then finally, I think when we're looking at especially the concentration response functions from several of these studies, and again, I think these are really important that we scrutinize and take a look at these concentration response functions from these studies. I think it's notable that the Canadian studies, I think especially, have a different way of calculating the uncertainty bounds, and especially for these figures, in a way that the uncertainty goes to zero, down to zero concentration. So, and I think it's because it's using a very different method and a different counterfactuals, essentially, is my understanding. And I'm not the one to describe this. But I think it's worth noting that the different studies are using different methods, because those uncertainty bounds can be really important for interpreting the concentration response functions there. And I think those were the major comments. Oh, I had one final one. In the final section with the concentration response functions, I think the two studies that they're highlighting, and one is Pope et al. From 2019, and then one of the Canadian studies, it almost seems like the concentration response functions have a somewhat different shape, especially at the lower concentrations. And I think there should be discussion about that, at least noting, and whether it's real or not, or there's a lot of uncertainty there. But I think it's important to note.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking, unless there's one or two brief comments, that we'll wait to invite the last two speakers or discussants for this section till after the break. Does anybody want to make a comment? Okay, Barbara.
Sorry to hold up our break. I was, just thinking about what Michelle said about the environmental justice and that section. And just wondering, Michelle, if you had details in your written comments, because it's not obvious to me how, I think you're right. I felt that too when I was reading it, but it's not obvious to me what, if I were writing a revision, what I would do differently.
Yeah, so I guess the short answer is I did make some specific comments in my comments, like on, page 3-1, paragraph 2 or whatever. But with respect to this particular issue, I'm pretty much referring to the whole document. So if this suggestion is taken up, one strategy to do that would be to do a complete read of the document and think about places where that issue can be highlighted and brought up and emphasized. It is mentioned, it is in there, but I felt that in some places it's, I don't want to say buried, but it's not at the forefront that the scientific evidence warrants, and to bring it forward. And then I don't know what the final plan will be on restructuring. I made some comments that I found the current structure a little circular, but one can imagine like an expanded section on this. So I'm thinking of this more in a broad conceptual for the whole document. I do not have specific, I didn't want to be prescriptive about how it could be done. So that's where I landed on this.
Thanks. That was a little more clear. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we will take our break now and come back at 20 after the hour, whatever time zone you're at, 3:20, 12:20, whatever in between. So talk to you then.
Leanne, are you back? We'll give everyone a few more minutes then.
Sorry, Zoom signed me out of the meeting, so I had to get back in.
Okay.
So are you ready to start? Do we have enough people back? A little short for lunch for those of us on the West Coast, but let's see, where are we in the meeting? I think we're with Jeremy now, right? Jeremy, are you ready to share your
I think I'm
comments?
ready. Yeah, thanks, Leanne. So I'll just start by saying that I didn't really have such a good chance to go over the co-panelist comments before the meeting. And I'll admit that there were a lot of, hey, that's what I was going to say, moments that I had when they were speaking. So I think that that's a good thing. First of all, I'm sorry, my last name starts with an S, because then I would have been able to say them. But and I'm sorry, Corey, you're even in worse shape than I am. But I do believe that Michelle, there it looks like there's going to be a considerable amount of consensus based on the similarity of some of the observations and comments on this specific section. One of the things that I will just kind of start with, and I have included in my written comments a bunch of the points that have been made previously, but I'm going to drill a little bit deeper on a couple of things. One of the things I thought about this section for the ISA generally, but for this section in particular on mortality, was that, and I'm also a bit embarrassed to say that, I mean, the amount of science that has come out since the 2019 ISA is really impressive, and it's really important. And I think I agree with the EPA in the conclusion that it certainly strengthens the evidence with regard to PM and mortality in my mind. And the fact that you guys were able to compile and summarize it in such a short period of time is even more impressive. There were a couple of things that I noticed in this section. I guess they are broadly relevant to the other subsections within section 3 as well. And I kind of want to talk about them briefly. One is the issue of confounding, how you control for confounding, co-pollutant models, multi-pollutant models, and I'm going to bring up the M word, mixtures. But I feel like that is kind of got glossed over, or not really even addressed. And Michelle, you used the word muddled. I think it deserves much more attention in my mind within this section. One of the things, the improvements I feel like in this supplement is that the discussion around confounding and controlling for confounding goes beyond what has historically been the case with the development of the ISAs, which was really just kind of looking at coefficients from co-pollutant or multi-pollutant models and seeing if they were robust to like adding different co-pollutants in, which I and others have mentioned. I find that to be really unsatisfying, statistically, from an interpretation standpoint, and I think that the introduction of the causal modeling methods, as well as the accountability studies with regard to how they relate to confounding, the potential for confounding, is a real improvement. It's important. I think I think that this document, that this section actually should talk specifically about like what are the problems with just looking at co-pollutant models, and whether or not a coefficient is likely to change if you put another co-pollutant in there, why that actually is limited in terms of really addressing confounding. I mean, it was those limitations that necessitated the development of these other approaches in my mind. So, talking about like what this, the strengths of using multivariate models to address confounding, but also the limitations is really, it doesn't appear here unless I missed it. I think also, even though the discussion of confounding is much fuller and uses other approaches, I still have problems though with, there's a lot of attention that in this section that is given to the results from the copollutant models, the multi-pollutant models, and what that means about confounding. And I kind of still have reservations about how those results are discussed, the language that's used to describe these results. I feel like in some ways that the authors maybe parse a little too much slight differences in coefficients or confidence intervals around those coefficients as being something that is actually meaningful, where in my mind, it could just as easily be, some byproduct of a residual error or some differences in exposure assignment approaches. It's not to say that those results are not important, that coefficient robustness doesn't potentially tell us something about the presence of confounding. But I think that we have to kind of look at this in the wider body of similar findings rather than looking at what I think are kind of relatively small changes in coefficients when you kind of throw 1 or 2 or 3 pollutants in the model as well. This is maybe a broader point that relates to confounding, but whenever I see this in the ISAs, and I know what the purpose of the single pollutant ISA is and what the EPA staff is tasked with in developing the NACs, but I'm always wanting to see some discussion of co-pollutant exposures or exposure to mixtures of pollutants in some way, just even if it's discussed as, well, this is not the place for this until the development of a multi-pollutant ISA, is around. But I just find it like really, it's almost like, putting the blinders on, and, at some point, maybe it appears elsewhere in the ISA, but like, I feel like, especially when you're talking about confounding and you're talking about, copollutant exposures, like this to me is like a point to discuss the potential effects of mixtures-based modeling, mixtures approaches, understanding what kind of copollutant exposures might mean synergistically from an effect modification standpoint, from a joint effects modeling standpoint, and none of that really appears here. It may appear elsewhere. That said, I do think that the whole discussion of confounding here, to me, is a really big improvement over the 2019 ISA and previous iterations as well. Let's see, a lot of the other stuff has been covered. One point that I'll just kind of underscore to a couple of my co-panelists have brought this up, but the whole discussion around exposure factors is it's lacking, and it's done very superficially, and kind of a whole bunch of different types of exposure factors are like thrown in together. This is around page 353 or so. I have it in my written comments and stuff. It's I don't know, I can't remember if it was Jane or Michelle that said it, but there are different types of these exposure factors. Obviously, I'm not telling anybody anything new here. And they could explain some of the heterogeneity, and it's just kind of dealt with very superficially here, which is in kind of stark contrast to the policy assessment, where I think that this discussion is really handled very nicely. I wonder if there's room in the ISA supplement to reference even like that interesting paper by Baxter et al. From 2019 that really talks about some of the observed heterogeneity in the results and relates them to these exposure factors, and really approaches the factors from an exposure assessment standpoint, and maybe less so from a differential pollutant emissions or chemical composition standpoint. Let's see. think that, right, I'm going to kind of keep my comments short. I have what Jane said about the multi-pollutant models and proper specification and whether or not, these are all, they should go in as linear terms or high order terms. I have that too. The last point that I'm going to make is about the shape of the CR function at low concentrations, also raised in part by my colleagues. To me, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I've been kind of talking to some folks about this too. I don't have any answers, but it's just I kind of can't get it out of my head. But what's the role, for instance, of differential measurement error at the lower observed ranges or concentrations of PM that could account for these really small differences in the shape, or the differences in the shape of the CR function at low concentrations? It came up yesterday in the public comment about how do we interpret the superlinear functions and stuff like that. And to me, I'm not so bothered so much by it. And I think that there could be a lot of reasons why we're seeing what appear to be meaningful differences in the shapes of these curves at these concentrations, but it's not discussed so much in this section. I believe, though, that here is also another point that the policy assessment does a better job of at least advising caution in over-interpreting the shapes of the curves at these concentrations, at this range. And I would like to see maybe a bit more consistent language in this section to reflect that, and to reflect the fact that it could actually be due to a number of things, whether it's measurement error, whether it's other things. So, Leanne, I think that's where I will stop right now, and I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Jeremy. I think we're on to Corey.
Well, you're right, Jeremy. Having a last name that starts with a Z, I'm used to being in these situations where everybody's already said all the smart stuff, and I don't have much else to add, but I'll try. I don't think I have a lot to add over what's already been said, but there are a few things I want to put a little bit of a finer point on. First, of course, I don't want to miss my chance to say that this section, really the whole ISA, but particularly the section on mortality, provides an enormous amount of information. I mean, so much has happened since the 2019 ISA. It's described here, it's put in to the correct context with regard to the 2019 ISA. I think is really well done. I think I wrote down figure 3-20 is one. It's like incredibly striking what's happened, and I think that's all presented very, very well. So it's very important work. I want to pick up where it's come up a couple of times, but Jennifer in particular mentioned this, where there's some description of studies where there's a little bit, I think, perhaps too much focus on what was done in the study and not enough focus on what we've learned in the study that's different from what we knew before, or is corroborating something we knew before, or what's adding or reducing uncertainty in a particular way, or adding to the body of evidence. And I have some, in my written comments, I had some specific examples of that. I think Jennifer even mentioned some of the paragraphs about there's two studies with the first author, Wei et al., that were, I think, some of the causal modeling studies, where I think there's a sort of an apparent attempt to kind of describe how those methods were implemented. These do happen to be sort of causal modeling methodologies, although I think this happens in reference to other studies too. But I think there's a little bit more emphasis on kind of what the authors did there. And it would be more helpful to focus more on how the results of those studies have delivered some new piece of information, what threat to validity we think that improved upon with respect to, let's say, confounding or whatever it is. And so I do think some of that information there was a little bit of extraneous. I think if you study these methods all the time, like I do, you understand what was written there, but I sort of got the impression that if you didn't study all these methods all the time like I do, a lot of those sections wouldn't have been particularly constructive. Whereas if there was some focus on, what did we actually learn from this, I think it'd be more helpful for the purpose of the ISA supplement. So, and again, I have some specific suggestions and specific notes in my written comments along those lines. I want to pick up, I think Mark Weisskopf was the one who mentioned the terminology around causal modeling. And I sort of agree that this is in this section. I think it might help things to have a little bit of a different terminology. I actually, Mark, I think you suggested like advanced causal methodology or something like that. I'm not convinced that the word causal needs to be in there for a couple of reasons. I think one is what's been stated is that we don't want to, and neither does EPA want to, nor do I think anyone intended to imply that everything else is not causal, right? But I think we need to advise EPA or recommend to EPA that we steer as clear a way as possible from implying that things that are not causal modeling are not useful for the causal determinations in the ISA. We need to, and so I think that, so that's already been brought up. I also have a little bit of a concern about terminology around this kind of looking into the future, in that if studies that are described as causal modeling end up playing or look like they're playing an outsized role in these, I think more people are just going to start calling their studies causal modeling, and that's like secondary to the methods they're actually employing and whether the studies are of high quality, obviously. So I'm a little bit worried about that type of labeling. And so I wonder whether it'd be possible for us to reach some consensus on an alternative a sort of vocabulary or alternative way to describe these studies that would still underscore their importance for delivering new information over what was available in the 2019 ISA, but wouldn't cause these potential problems in terms of what it might imply about other studies, past studies or future studies. And so there's one finer thing that I want to mention. It's a little bit along those lines, and it's in my written comments. I noticed that I think it's section 3.2.2.2.6 in the supplement refers to, this is a study it's called, I think, Novel Methods to Address Potential Confounding is the title of that subsection. And it is not talking about studies that are labeled as causal modeling. It's talking about a different type of studies about spatial temporal decomposition of trends and things, also very useful for learning about threats to confounding. And I noticed that a lot of the studies discussed in that section are also included in the 2019 ISA. And the section one section that discusses them in the 2019 ISA is titled Studies with Analyses that Inform Causal Inference. So we have the 2019 ISA describing these studies as studies that inform causal inference. And then we have the supplement describing them in a section that's separate from the sections on causal modeling and accountability. And I think that it leads kind of unnecessary confusion. It begs the question, so what is EPA regarding as causal and what are they not regarding as causal? And I personally don't believe it's necessarily important for EPA to adjudicate this is causal versus this is not causal. It's important for EPA to adjudicate the quality of the science from any given study. And that's possible without that particular labeling, which is just kind of a minefield, because causal is a word that we use every day. It mixes things up with the determinations in the ISA preamble, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that it'd be great if we could come up with some consensus recommendations on how EPA might avoid that. I think that's I think all I'll say about that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it appears your comments have spurred some further thoughts. So we'll start with Michelle.
Thanks, everybody. I think we're in good shape that all of the people tasked with commenting on this section have come to consensus. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of similar themes in what was written and what was said. I want to put the question to everyone, but I'm really looking at you, Corey, as someone who was, the first person to tell me what causal inference was long ago at Harvard. I think that I like some of the language that you and Mark and others have used about, instead of referring to things as causal inference methods or causal modeling, to think about what information do they add, how do they inform, what are the advantages of this method, and so on. But as I was taking notes on this, I was struggling to actually come up with such language. And I think that causal methodology has become a bit of a buzzword. I do see it kind of bandying about on things where I'm like, maybe that's what that is, but or what it is, it's getting stretched. And so I like to think of what I call and I know that the audience for this is for people who are quite educated, but I like to think of it as my like intelligent grandma test. Like, would my intelligent grandma understand the difference? And the answer here is no, because as Corey mentioned, the word causal has a conversational definition as well as what it means in biostatistics. So my question is, with all that in mind, as I'm taking notes on this, I'm would love to give EPA the recommendation to do this, but it would be so much better if we could also recommend what language they might consider using, rather than just identifying the current language as a problem, with the caveat that I haven't come up with such language, but I'm challenging us to, even if not right at this second, maybe you already have a great idea, but to think about how we can be more specific, because I think it's a great idea, but it's really challenging because it will say something parentheses, often called causal inference modeling in the literature, and then just move on and never mention causal inference phrasing again. But they need to have something to call it. Maybe that's what you're going to offer us, Mark.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
Wow, not sure I can necessarily deliver on, on that one, but I get your point. Let me address that after saying one thing that I wanted to say, and then Corey's comments triggered in me to remind me to say, which is that as Corey alluded to before, I mean, one of the real issues in getting at causal inference is identifying threats to validity and trying to find approaches that help avoid those in different ways. Some of these methods that are currently being labeled as causal methods are newer, at least different approaches to doing that. And it depends on what it is. I mean, if it's just, some of them are just another way to get at confounding, essentially, and it's sort of a different approach. And so getting back to this conversation that Michelle just started, maybe we can work on that language. But one point that I wanted to bring up is that, and this is because I didn't see this much in the document, but I do think it's an important aspect of these newer alternative approaches, is that actually in many times you wind up seeing very similar results. And so there's an increased strength in the fact that you get similar results when you take different approaches to handling a certain threat to validity. And that in itself is of interest, right? Whether you use standard control of confounding or propensity score models, whatever you're going to do. So that aspect that there's similar results when taking different approaches is, I think, an important piece that should come out. And maybe that suggests some of this language, which is that whether it's newer or maybe at least alternative approaches, or I don't know whether, Corey, you would call them advanced. I would maybe not want to go there, but something like that. So I think now I resonate with you taking the causal out of it, and maybe it needs a little introduction to the section to sort of explain this, but say we're not referring. All of these are trying to get at causality with different approaches, and then part of the ultimate conclusion should be, as far as I can tell, in many cases when we do this, we get very similar answers if we take different approaches to removing threats to validity, and that's something that goes beyond the assessment of any one individual paper. It says when you put them together, it just strengthens the evidence.
Thank you. Corey, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think, even though I think it's fair to describe some of these as like new methodologies for confounding adjustment, if what the threat to validity we're talking about is confounding. Some of these methodologies are not like new if you're used to reading statistics papers, but I think it is fair to say that they're new in this context, and they're new in a way that's really important. And so, I mean, there's a suggestion in response to your question, Michelle. I mean, do we need to call them causal modeling, or can we just say these are new analytical strategies, new in the sense that they weren't really available in this context, like in the 2019 ISA, IPA, we could be thinking about those two, but so they're new in that sense. I think that's a fair assessment, and they are strategies for, say, confounding adjustment. And I think there's an opportunity to be, again, I don't know how we as a sort of committee, how prescriptive we want to be in our suggestions or our recommendations, but one could imagine saying, a lot of these causal modeling strategies that are used in the are referenced in the supplement are based off generalized propensity scores, for example. And one could imagine some text that says, one of the benefits of those approaches is that I don't know how to phrase this exactly off the top of my head, but they kind of offload a lot of the thinking and modeling about confounders to modeling the exposure instead of modeling the health endpoint. Now, arguably, that's a much easier thing to model. We know what factors might dictate whether somebody is exposed to different levels of PM. I would view that as an easier modeling task than modeling, some statistical model for how somebody gets cardiovascular disease based on confounders. And I view that as a benefit of these methodologies because the goal is the same. You're adjusting for these confounders, but you're modeling them you're modeling the confounder specifically in a different way. So again, I don't know if we want to be that prescriptive, but to me, that's sort of an example of something that would provide useful context as to why these methods are adding to the body of evidence that existed at the conclusion of the 2019 ISA. And there are some, I should say, there are some examples of this. I highlighted at least one in my written comments where I think specific things like this were noted as to sort of what these authors did that was important. There's some references to confirming covariate balance and things like this, which are specific things that are important about these methodologies that are not really things one could do with, say, like a multiple regression model or a Cox regression model or something. I think more of that would be better, and less of just offloading it onto the word causal would help.
Thank you. Jeremy.
So I think just to kind of highlight what Mark Weisskopf said, I'm all for the suggestions that have been made. And if it's shifting away from the terminology and the use of the word causal, that's great. I do think, though, that an explanation about what these approaches are and how they may be referred in some circles to causal approach or causal models is certainly necessary. My concern about not using the term causal, the word causal, is that then we would be effectively letting other people kind of co-opt that term for whatever purposes they wanted. And, so it would be very conspicuous to me if we just kind of took it out. So I think that, Mark, your suggestion makes sense to have a paragraph kind of explaining, these types of approaches and, how they in some circles might be referred to as causal approaches, and maybe why we don't think that, or why EPA doesn't want to use that term as well. So anyhow.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, so sorry, just to follow up on that. Right, so I agree. I think we could find a way to do that, talking about how these different methods are in the service of causal inference. That's what they are attempting to get at, and they do it in different ways. And so a little introductory paragraph on that. Picking up on Corey's point, I guess I made this in one of my written comments, but as an example of sometimes describing more of what they're doing as opposed to what it's getting at, there was also, I think, a discussion of one of the Schwartz 2018 papers, I think, that took a negative control exposure approach. And the discussion was more around that can help adjust for confounders, which is sort of true, shared confounders. But the main aspect of that is that it's sort of a test on residual confounding, which wasn't discussed in the text. And so, a little bit more explanation of that would be valuable.
Thank you. Corey.
Wrong button. Yeah, I agree. They're definitely, again, I think also there are also probably Schwartz studies that were, use difference in difference methods, for example. Like there's another example where I think there was pretty good description of what exactly a methodology like that brings to the table. Anyway, you just reminded what Mark Weisskopf just said, reminded me of that. But no, so I wanted to respond to what Jeremy said, which is I'll reframe a little bit what I think I said previously, which is not, I don't know that we should necessarily completely abandon the word causal for the reasons Jeremy said. And I'm wondering whether it would help to say that, again, like in certain literatures, this does mean something specific, right? If I say I'm a statistician and my expertise is causal inference methodology, like another statistician or epidemiologist or whomever might know what that means, right? But that's not the context that I think is most relevant for the ISA. So I think if there is some sort of introductory section that addresses sort of why this set of studies was included in the supplement, I guess maybe this is a question to Jeremy, whether it would address what the concern you just expressed, to have some text there that says these methods are known as causal inference in these contexts, X, Y, Z, and then like maybe get away from the language from that point forward, but clarify why.
Yeah, I think that would address it precisely, and that's what's needed. Now, I am not a causal inference person. I'm not a causal modeler. It's above my pay grade. But I do know that, we probably do need to kind of address, since so much was made about the lack of causal modeling approaches in the previous ISA and in the previous CASAC. I think it really does beg like this, what you're saying, Corey, which is this section, and how you guys want to word that. I'm sure I'll be very supportive of it as well.
Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, sorry, and then I'll be quiet about this.
No, it's important. We should get it all out there.
Okay, so I mean, because one of my concerns in all of the these finer debates about causal modeling is that we're forgetting about the causal determinations and the point of those as laid out in the ISA preamble. And I don't think that's what I don't get the impression that's what EPA wants to do, and I wouldn't recommend that EPA does that. And I just think that one of the goals of however we want to recommend this be addressed. Personally, I would like one of those goals to be some statement of support about the original intent of the causality determinations that were laid out in the preamble. I don't want to. I don't want us to accidentally give, or EPA to accidentally give the impression that we're looking for some other criterion for the causality determinations. I don't think that's what the system should be doing here. And so I just want us to be mindful of that, or I'm mindful of that when I think about the ins and outs of the terminology issues.
Although you do raise a good point, though, about whether or not the EPA should possibly reconsider the use of the term causal determination in this process. I mean, you've got me thinking about this much more and what the potential connotations are, misinterpretations of that work in light of this specific discussion about the methodologies.
I mean, my preference with that, I mean, yeah, I think this is difficult. My preference with that would be to sort of treat the causal determination framework in the preamble as the thing that is like immutable for these purposes. That's what we want for the ISA system, and to change the terminology around specific methodologies so that it doesn't distort the intention of those causality determinations. That would be my personal preference. But I think, if we were starting from scratch, might there be different language? Maybe, but yeah.
I was being a bit facetious, but yeah, I think, yeah, you're right.
So I think this is a tremendously important point, and one that in the last CASAC reviews, the causal determination framework somehow got, my sense is that it got lost in this causal methodology discussion. And so if there's nothing else that we can do, probably one of the things we want to do in our comments to EPA is to make sure that this distinction that we've been talking about is crystal clear, and to help EPA in however we can be clearer in how they present their work, so that hopefully this kind of conversation that happened last round doesn't have to derail things. Okay, is that enough discussion on the mortality section? We're actually moving pretty well along in the agenda, and unless there's, Christina, go ahead.
Thank you. I actually have some comments for the brief discussions that were made before we took our break. I wanted to touch back on some of those, especially that which Michelle brought up about short and long-term exposures. And so I looked up on page 2.1, there's a description, a definition of what short-term and long-term is. Short-term being 24 hours to 1 month, and then long-term being 1 month to years. And of course, it's the different studies fit into that in different ways in terms of the very short term of 24 hours to like a week. And then those are a little bit longer. But I think that that definition needs to be reiterated in section 3, so that people will know that that's the stated definition, at least for the purposes of this ISA supplement and then for the original 2019 ISA, because it's definitely not clear and bears repeating. Also, just in terms of what Jane and Michelle were saying in terms of effect modification versus confounding, which is very much subjective and very much based on the interest of who's writing the study and doing the analyses. If it's something you don't really want to deal with, it's confounders that you're trying to get rid of. And then effect modification is really what you're interested in. That's kind of my, basic ideas about that. And some more clarification about that would be necessary, would be welcome. And I also wanted to agree with both of them in terms of a greater focus on environmental justice and health disparities, both in exposure and health disparities. However, keeping in mind that this is the supplement to the 2019 ISA. So I'm thinking that in future ISAs, that be integrated more fully in the sections when you're talking about mortality and looking at other endpoints, to include those discussions there. But for the ISA supplement that we're looking at now, to talk about it more, but I can see how it may not be able to be totally integrated into the whole document. Because you can tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think that exposure health disparities by race or SES were really considered in past ISAs, or is that not true? Because I was not present for those.
I can chime in real quick. So they were, if there was information, I would say that body of evidence has grown exponentially in the last couple of years. And so we did have information on disparities between race and ethnicity and socioeconomic status, but I really felt like that information was in its infancy for the 2009 ISA. We had a little bit more in the 2019, and it's really been since that document was finished that there's just been this huge influx of literature, more so than we've had in the past.
Okay, so some of those studies and that analysis was done in 2009 and 2019 ISA?
Yeah, just much more limited based off the literature that was available at that time.
Okay. So I was thinking again about how, let me see here. The section that is in has been said that it is, that there's been new growth, and generally there has been a lot more growth, but there have been many more years of very good quality data looking at race and also SES and modifications and disparities with those. So I wouldn't kind of put it in the same class as like COVID, this is very new. I think this is kind of an expansion and acknowledgement more by EPA to explicitly take the research out and look at it kind of by itself. So that would be a suggestion that I have, to really say to acknowledge that there has been research around that before, but now there's really greater attention on it paid by EPA, because that's where I really think the difference has been. Yeah, so those are my comments.
Thank you. And I realized when I was thinking of moving on that I hadn't actually opened up the discussion of the mortality section to the whole panel. So I thank you for bringing me back to that. And I wanted to see if anybody else wanted to make any comments. I mean, we have broken up the section 3 charge question into 3 pieces. So I think there's already been several opportunities, and there'll be some more. But I want to see if anybody wanted to chime in now about anything related to the mortality piece. Okay, not seeing that, then I think we will actually move on to the first topic that's was set out for tomorrow's agenda, because it'll be more useful to get farther today and then circle back. So this is section 3.3, and Christina's the lead discussant, followed by Terry Gordon, and then Stephanie Levinsky-Desir, Jeremy Sarnett, and then Neetha Thakur. So Christina, do you want to give us your comments on section 3.3?
I do. I'm going to have to look them up because I was not expecting that I have to do this today.
All right. Let me give you a little time. I apologize for that. I understand how that goes. So take your time. That's fine.
Can I ask a question while Christina pulls those up, Leanne? So in terms of the process thing, I apologize if I lost sight of this. So when it comes to writing things, I know that there's like the leaders who will start drafting consensus things. In terms of suggesting other text, editing those, how exactly is that process expected to work?
Yeah, so, and we'll have to really figure out for section 3, because it's a little bit different since EPA asked one set of questions and we divided it up. But in general, the small group that's defined by the charge question assignments are the lead discussants. And one of the FACA rules, and Aaron can chime in as needed on this since he's more of an expert than I am, is that we are not allowed as a committee to meet more than half of us outside of the public view. And so the small group, one of the reasons for the small groups to write up the consensus comments is that then you could iterate and not be in violation of the FACA rules about having more than half the committee. That's also why he's very careful when he sends emails that you can't reply all. You only get to reply to me for the same reason, so that we're not violating that rule. And so I'm not 100% sure how we'll navigate section 3, but in general, we'll have these smaller groups that will draft things. And then Aaron and I will go over and distill and refine and so on. And then at some point in that process, the document will be circulated to everyone and people will have a chance to chime in. And then we will actually reach consensus at a public teleconference. So there should be multiple opportunities for you to weigh in. And certainly, if you wanted to make sure that something were said in any of the sections that you weren't assigned to, there's no reason why you can't be in touch with those lead discussants and make sure that your input is heard. Absolutely. And the lead discussants may also reach out to individuals who provided comments during this meeting to make sure that they captured whatever point somebody made well. So that all will happen as long as we're making sure that we respect the rules and the process.
Yeah, and just to reiterate what Leanne had just stated, so the lead author, the one that's underlined, you will take the lead on capturing the consensus response that has come out during these deliberations. Then that lead author will also work with the other lead discussants and float the language by them and make sure that they're all okay and that you have captured the consensus response correctly. Any other discussants or any other members that had a lot to say regarding that charge question, most of the time the lead author will invite them to participate in that small subgroup as well. And you can you can volunteer as well during these deliberations to say, I want to be part of the writing for this as well. And so, and usually that's agreed to here. If not, afterwards is fine as well. Then what will happen is you will send all those back to me and Leanne. We'll assemble that into a report. And then everyone will see the entirety of the report once we finalize that. And then we will discuss that in public during a follow-up meeting. And that's where you will all concur whether or discuss further revisions that are needed to that report.
Mark, did you have further comments or questions?
I just had a quick question, and sorry, because I might have just missed what you said, but I heard enough to just make sure I want to get it straight so I don't make a mistake. What's the issue about emailing people? We can't email too many people? What's it?
Oh, right. So yeah, basically, so FACA does not allow the committee to meet as a whole outside of the public view. So subgroups are okay because really what you're doing is you're working on issue papers that then will be seen by the public in that follow-up meeting. So it's okay to email one another in these small groups as long as I'm included in the correspondence, because really you're just, you're working on what are called working papers or drafts that will eventually get discussed in public. So that's why that's okay.
Thank you.
So Aaron gets a lot of email.
And I send out a lot of email as well.
He sends out so much that I just discovered most of it was going to my junk folder. That was good to learn.
All right, Christina, has that given you enough time? Yeah, I can understand you weren't ready to do this until tomorrow, but we're ahead of schedule, so.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. Sure. So I would like to, so this is charge question 4 okay. So this is the same charge question that was up there before.
Yes.
So I can comment on, do you want me to comment on just A and B or?
Well, so what we've been doing is sort of addressing the entire charge question, sort of however the discussant wants, but mostly within the context of whatever section we're on. So right now we're on section 3.3. So if there's anything specific that you want to say about that section, I think this is the time to really highlight that. And then next on the agenda is actually for us to kind of circle back and make sure that collectively we have thoroughly addressed that charge question. And I put the leads for each of the section in charge of that. Right. And so, but I expect most of that will just emerge or has already emerged from our discussion.
Okay, so section 3.3 is key scientific topics. And then these were, outlined earlier in the document about what these were. And so they specifically have include recent experimental studies conducted at near ambient concentrations, effects at the ambient concentrations reported in epidemiologic studies, the role of PM2.5 exposure on COVID-19 infection and death, and an evaluation of studies that examine PM2.5 exposure and health risk disparities among racial and ethnic groups and socioeconomic status. So my general comments have to do with including some additional information about the studies so that they can be better interpreted and understood. And the first is that unlike in some of the other sections, many times there is not a reference to statistical significance or providing either p-values or 95% confidence intervals. So it's hard to understand if the differences that are mentioned, if there's, it's one study was 15.5% increase in the population, and then another study says 16.3%. Is that actually a statistically significant difference, or if there's overlap in terms of those confidence intervals. So I think for each study that needs to be included. Also, another key point in critically evaluating each study is knowing the details of exposure measurements, because there are differences in confidence and validity based on PM2.5 measurement and exposure assessment. So I suggest that exposure measurement be described for each study, included in the supplement here, specifically to know where the data came from and at what spatial level as well. In my next comment here, the most robust epidemiologic study examining both PM2.5 and race ethnicity, or SES, as predictors of health outcomes includes assessment of autocorrelation. And in addition to exploring the existence of autocorrelation, there should be adjustment via statistical modeling when autocorrelation is significant. Unfortunately, many studies do not employ these measures, and I suggest the inclusion of information about autocorrelation if there has been assessment of that, or any kind of adjustment is important, also interpreting studies. I think in this section, because there is, relationships between PM2.5 and with race, ethnicity, and SES, to very much be careful about how they're related, and perhaps even a little more background information about how those factors are often correlated, because race, ethnicity, and SES are often very much correlated, and then that again is correlated with PM2.5 exposures. And then in addition, I have a few different comments with specific line edits, so I'm not going to mention those. So specifically looking at section 3.3.2, which is PM2.5 exposure in COVID-19 infection and death, I could see that this section could use some more expansion, especially since COVID-19 and PM2.5 exposures disproportionately impact populations of color. So I think that's a very important backdrop to explain with looking at these associations, how there's definitely a increased burden on communities of color with regard to COVID-19. That's not really mentioned there. And there, let me read through this. Although mentioned in this section, the language on PM2.5 increasing susceptibility can be stressed further. This also lines up with the disparate exposures of lower income and people of color communities covered in the later subsections who've been hit hardest by COVID in terms of cases, severity, and mortality in that population. Some additional line edits. So my comments for section 3.3.3, population and life stages at potentially increased risk of a PM-related health effect. So the level of SES data in terms of the resolution of the data is an important component in understanding research questions, modeling, and interpretation of results. So this section would benefit from the addition of information related to this. Individual level and community level data differ with regards to their accuracy and interpretations. In addition, divide the discussion of the included studies further by individual level and community level SES, as well as race ethnicities. In addition, within community level data, spatial resolution can drastically change results when you compare analyses at different scales, such as census block group level, census tract level, zip code, and county. And currently, all of those studies are all in there together with kind of the same interpretations for their outcomes. And I think they should really be considered differently because of those differences in terms of their measurements and the outcomes. So moving down to exposure disparities. I have some line edits with regards to 3.3.3.1 socioeconomic status. I find it to be more accurate to describe educational attainment as an indicator or a measure of SES compared to a proxy. Proxy to me, although I sometimes use that term, has the connotation of not being very good, as opposed to an indicator or a measure of something. So I just think that terminology would relay that this is a measurement. It's not necessarily a poor measurement by using the word proxy. Also, socioeconomic status is a complicated construct that cannot be estimated by any single item. That made the comparison to BMI being a measure of obesity. And so kind of clarifying that language about acknowledging that SES is very much a construct, and these are just individual indicators. Even the indexes are still indicators of what SES really is. So moving down to looking at exposure disparities, and I did appreciate the distinction between exposure disparities of some populations having higher exposures compared to a health risk disparity in terms of there's a different response due to a same level of exposure. I think that's a very important distinction. So I was very pleased to see that there. So let's see here. Again, I'm trying not to focus on the line edits. One I do want to highlight is there was a definition, it's mentioned that of a composite score here. And I think it would be worthwhile to include a definition of what a composite is, just so everyone's on the same page. There was a definition about a composite PM that was provided in chapter 2. So I think there needs to be a definition of what a composite measure of is here so that it can be distinct to SES. In particular, on page 129, line 37, study by Weaver et al. 2019. I thought that was in need of a summary sentence because although there was information there about what the results were, it really needs to be brought together in terms of what does it mean and the actual summary there. Because it's just complicated what they were talking about, different clusters and groups of what the different clusters were. So that would be very helpful to the reader. Now for 3.3.3.1.2, health risk disparities. So a few of the articles here were looking at race, looking at health risk disparities. I'm sorry, here we're talking about SES. So looking at SES, looking at health risk disparities, and also looking at green space. There's no mention of green space before this, and green infrastructure and what green infrastructure really means, the implications for health and for the outcomes. So it was kind of thrown in there, and I was taken by surprise of, oh, this is a study about green infrastructure, and green infrastructure hasn't been mentioned. So I think there needs to be some background information if these studies are going to be utilized. And green space, what it is and what it means and how it pertains to the health outcomes that are being considered in the supplement. And very much their conclusion are drawn by comparing different green spaces in PM 2.5, and then looking at that with green space and race ethnicity. So it really needs that background information in order to understand that data. Again, some clarification about understanding. This is specifically for an article, I don't recall which article it was, but mentioned on 3.131 line 30, of seeing if, I think PM 2.5 was measured at the zip code level, but was the outcome also measured at the zip code level, or was it something else that really needs to be clarified? And again, there's this Canadian study that was included, and wanting to know if there's an equivalent for whatever unit that they mentioned. Is it equivalent to a zip code in the US, a census block group, or something else, just so we can best compare. Otherwise, it's very difficult to compare that Canadian study at those units when we don't have one that's more familiar to the US studies. I think there was also some mention about cardiometabolic, which was mentioned very early on in the discussions today, about how that's different cardiometabolic, is that included with the cardiovascular mortality, because it was mentioned in some of the studies, and it's unclear if that is something that we are considering or not considering. That was on page 133. So those are for the SES studies. And now with regards to the race ethnicity studies, I have a question. On page 3138 on line 4, the quote here is the 2009 PM ISA observed little evidence for increased PM 2.5 related risk by race and some evidence of increased risk by Hispanic ethnicity. So I think there should be, either we can talk about this now or include this in the supplement of if that's due, if this conclusion in 2009 PM ISA was due to a lack of studies examining these associations, or was there sufficient research thereby to draw that conclusion? I'm thinking it's probably due to a lack of studies, but I think it should specifically be mentioned there. So we know it's not that the evidence showed that, it's that there was a lack of evidence. And then I just have a note on long-term PM 2.5 exposure, page 3146, line 8, the statement that about a research study that was looking at moving of, oh my goodness, I think it was Medicaid recipients in a particular study, and them discussing that moving was essentially random. And I don't think the statement, although the authors may have used it, is very accurate, because given the research on redlining and segregation, although people in theory are able to choose where they go, when you're looking at race ethnicity, and that's not really true. So saying that it's essentially random is not the most accurate of statements, because there are restrictions based on race of where you can move due to historical systemic racism and segregation. So I think I suggested a different sentence there of utilizing data from the subpopulation of Medicare, oh, there it is, Medicare enrollees that moved. The authors were able to examine changes in PM 2.5 exposure, but not saying that they were essentially random, because the literature, other outside literature shows that that is actually not accurate. And then I had an overall comment based on language, and this is in light of, focus on environmental justice, adherence to, Executive Order 12898, about including environmental justice in all, function of the federal government agencies, including EPA, perhaps using different terminology for than what's used currently. So I'm just going to read what I have here. So there are multiple terms utilized to describe the span of races and ethnicities in the United States, which is reflected by the studies included in the supplement. Race ethnicity is a fluid concept that is relevant by time, country, region, population, and government. Therefore, the most useful terminology for the purpose of protecting public health has changed over time. I encourage the consideration of different language when discussing race ethnicity in the 2019 PM ISA supplement. The summaries and conclusions within this document use the term white and non-white as the broadest categories. However, that is very much a disempowering type of language because it's referring to white and then others as just being non-white and therefore lesser in some respects. So I suggest the supplement refer to the group was designated non-white as people of color or communities of color as appropriate. And this terminology is not without its own, not everyone is necessarily going to agree with this, but I feel that it's more of an inclusive term and more of an empowering term than using white and non-white. And that's a summary of my comments for that section.
Leanne, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you. Thank you for those comments, Christina. Terry Gordon, you're next. Do you have anything you want to add to this discussion?
Yeah, briefly. One of the questions was, should anything be shortened? I actually don't agree with Christina. I thought the COVID section, it's worth discussing. It's politically correct, it's timely. But when I think about COVID, I think way less about PM COVID interactions and COVID infections itself. So I wasn't sure that it was worth discussing it in the detail of several pages, given the evidence that's there. As I mentioned before, disparities, I agree with Christina. Something about the disparities, is it exposure or is it some innate susceptibility, some host factor that's involved? And what Christina said, I agree with. Sometimes are there statistical differences? It's not, some of the studies didn't do that, but it would help us understand. I think that's it. I had some minor comments, but I'm not going to go over and bore people with those little details, and I have those in my written comments. Thank you.
And thank you. So next is Stephanie Levinsky-Desir. Do you have any comments to add?
Sure, thank you. I want to commend Dr. Fuller for bringing up her comments on the fly like this, because I too was prepared to speak tomorrow, but I'm glad we have a chance to get this part done today. I agree with much of what was said already. I just have a few 4 points that I think just to elaborate that hadn't been spoken about. One is I noticed that there was not a significant attention to child health outcomes in this section, thinking about vulnerable populations. I listed a few papers that might be considered, they may not all fit the specifications for the EPA criteria for inclusion in the ISA, but something to think about, at least reviewing this body of work, because it was excluded. And I think children are definitely a vulnerable population. This was sort of mentioned briefly, I think, in one of Christina's comments, but I did notice that there's this section that's dedicated to socioeconomic status, and then separate section that's dedicated to race and ethnicities and disparities. But there are a couple of studies that were embedded in the SES category that were used indexes, or like a vulnerability index. There was a Canadian marginal index, and those indexes include race ethnicity as part of those variables. And so I think I don't think it's as clear when you include, because we know that there's a distinction between race and ethnicity versus socioeconomic status, even if they are highly correlated. And I thought maybe it would make sense to pull those studies out where they looked at a combination of both race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic factors together in certain models or certain studies would be more appropriate than sort of embedding those studies within that section. Somewhat also related to, I think Christina made a point about sort of the language of white versus non-white. There was a section on page 3-127 that it referenced the preamble of the ISA and mentions that there is preference to studies that compared to a reference population. And when I think of that reference population, first of all, I'm not sure if it's appropriate to prioritize those studies that have a reference population in particular, but also I think that terminology sort of is often applied to white versus non-white populations. And I think this terminology has the potential to perpetuate bias. And so I would consider revising that comment and that thinking. And then the last thing, this was sort of mentioned earlier on in the day, I found the figures, some of them to be difficult to read and interpret, and certainly the figure legends, not all of them had notes attached to them. And so it was a little bit difficult to understand what the salient points were that were trying to be conveyed with the figures. So I think revisiting what's the key message of each of the figures that's included and having that noted somewhere, either in a figure legend or a note, or even in the title itself would be very helpful.
Great, thank you very much for that. Jeremy Sarna, you were also assigned to this section.
Thanks, Leanne. Yeah, I don't have too much to add to this. I just did want to say though that I really found this section to be one of the most striking differences to the 2019 ISA in the fact that, especially the topics related to disparity, we're basically absent in the previous ISA. As Jason made mention of, there have been a lot of analyses and papers that have come out since, and to me, this was really overdue, and it might not be sufficient, but I was really happy to see it. So, I in reading section 3.3.1. I didn't put this in my written comments, but I kind of was thinking about it a bit more, and some of it was sparked by Dan Costa's remarks yesterday in the public comment session. Full disclosure, this is a little self-serving because I mainly do panel-based study designs. But I was kind of thinking about like the little information on the findings from the experimental studies, and then how that relates to the panel-based studies. And there is reference throughout the supplement to various findings from panel studies. But I kind of am thinking that maybe more needs to be done about ways in which the panel studies, supplement traditional observational designs. And you can kind of think of them, and I don't even know if I know myself, you can think of them as like really small observational studies, or in some ways like quasi-experimental studies themselves. And I think that they do probably offer insights that are sprinkled throughout the ISA, but I wonder if they might be better. The evidence from the collective body of the panel-based designs might come out a little bit more if they're kind of summarized within this section, along with some of the more formal experimental designs. Just a thought on the fly there. And then this is a question for the EPA staff. It's just more curiosity about terminology, and it's come up a couple times in this discussion. So, do we not really use the terms vulnerability and sensitivity to kind of mean different things regarding susceptibility? So vulnerability meaning that there could be, as Christina said, like exposure disparities, right, due to various reasons, and sensitivity meaning that there could be differential biological susceptibility. Are those terminologies really do we abandon those? I'm just curious. I don't know.
I chuckle because this was an issue during CASAC discussions for PM back in 2009, because this is an exact, because you're laughing, because there was disagreement on CASAC at the time of how to define these words. And so that's why, to the point that the panel started voting as to what they thought vulnerable should be defined as and susceptible to be defined as, and nobody could agree to anything. And so that's why we stopped using that terminology, because there was disagreement over how to define them. And that's why we started using this all-encompassing term of saying, at risk and at increased risk. And so that's kind of a short history of how we had gotten to this point. But that terminology was used years ago, but we just could never agree on how to define them. And at times it became complicated of, trying to bin things into different groupings.
Okay, well, for what it's worth, I was yelled at once in a public forum by Mark Utel for using those terms. So now I just want to know where I stand and, whether or not. Thank you. I'm not going to use them.
Maybe Michelle's going to tell you.
Yeah, Michelle, did you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I was just responding to Jeremy's comment about vulnerability and sensitivity, which we've also heard defined as vulnerability and susceptibility. So this is one of those cases where words are used differently in different disciplines and different fields. Like I've never heard proxy is thought to mean it means less than, but if it does for some disciplines and some people, then let's just use indicator and avoid this problem. But I think that it's not always easy to bin everything in terms of what you labeled susceptibility and sensitivity. So I think the short answer is no one should be yelling at you, and these terms are not used consistently in the literature to mean those two distinct definitions at all, in my estimation. But kind of getting to the issue of literature, I think where we can be more clear, where we can, I'm going to start using indicator instead of proxy all the time now, whatever. Let's try to use terms that have the meaning that we intend versus the ones that our little circles think of them as.
Point taken. Thanks.
So John, did you want to speak on this point too?
Just very quickly, I got yelled at, Jeremy, by John Samet, one thing that one of my colleagues at Berkeley does is talk about intrinsic and extrinsic factors. I kind of like that better than vulnerability and susceptibility. I flipped those. Intrinsic would be susceptibility, extrinsic would be vulnerability.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll get back to our last designated person for this section, which is Neetha Thacker.
Yeah, thank you. I have a little bit to add. I don't want to be too repetitive. I will say that I'll echo some of the prior comments that while the document was incredibly comprehensive, really reflecting the hard work by the EPA team, I did find some of the sections disorienting and somewhat hard to follow, especially as being someone that's new to this type of writing and presentation. I'll echo on what was said about in the health section 3 in general, that there's a lack of consistency on how the studies are discussed. Bringing up again what Christina mentioned, specifically describing the study populations that are included to better contextualize the result. For example, not describing the study population could be leading to seeing two studies right next to each other, where one may be including a predominantly higher SES, younger population, which wouldn't really be comparable to the second study with an older Medicare population. I think these are both really relevant and important studies that show that PM 2.5 has health effects, but not discussing these details really doesn't allow for us to really understand the vulnerability or how population differences might be occurring. I only see the population differences starting to get discussed only when there's a comparison or a reference population included. So this brings up the comment about why can population differences only be talked about in context of studies that only include a reference population, as opposed to saying, in this study that has a highly susceptible or have a number of intrinsic and extrinsic factors that may make them more vulnerable to PM 2.5, we see this health estimate compared to this other population, which doesn't have these factors associated, and we still see this effect. So kind of being able to have those nuanced conversations across studies, as opposed to only relying on studies that have a reference group to compare to. I think this will also be helpful when defining what the charge of this of the document is, and especially with the policy assessment, and defining what the adequate margin of safety is, if we have better understanding of the populations that are included in each one of the studies. I think for section 3.3 specifically, that we may want to consider a reordering of this section. I think it's fine to start with the exposure section first at ambient populations, or at ambient PM 2.5 levels, but I would consider moving the at-risk section before the COVID-19 section. The way it orders right now, it makes me, when I was reading it, I was like, oh, there's not a lot on COVID-19. Why is the at-risk section following? Is this that there's an even less body of literature in this area, when in fact, there's a greater body of literature. It's just trying to understand it and make sense of it. And so I would say putting the area that has a stronger literature base or scientific base first, and then saying the last section of that area being like novel areas for study, with COVID-19 being the last section there. It's just, you know, my reading through of it, what made the most sense. And then I have some details about the exposure, the near ambient concentrations that are in the written comments. So I won't go through those specifically, and same thing for COVID-19. The one part I wanted to bring up in the at-risk population section, I also struggled with the way the data were presented for looking at socioeconomic indicators. I think there was a large focus on single indicators, and there the way the evidence is distilled, because the results are so mixed, may have led to SES not being considered in the policy assessment in the same way that race and ethnicity are. But I think, you know, as well said by Christina, SES is a complex construct, and that approaching it from a very simplistic single indicator focus may lead to misclassification and these varied results that we're seeing. I would say in the ISA supplement, there's a pretty consistently that the studies that use composite measures of SES rather than these single indicators, that we see both a disproportionate burden exposure, which you can see in figure 330, and also with health effects, which you can see with the studies from Zhang, Bevan, Wyatt, and you can see this in panel D of figure 334. I think if there's an agreement to have more of a focus on the composite indicators of SES, defining what composite measures should be considered as main studies, similar to what Christina brought up earlier, would be useful for the purpose of the ISA supplement. That way it'll allow for comparability across different studies that are included. And this is because some of the composite measures that are included also include race, ethnicity, and other vulnerability factors such as comorbid conditions. And these indicators I do actually really like, because they show that that these constructs are complex and also are interactive with other factors, but depending on the goal of the ISA supplement, whether or not it's appropriate to use these more complex ones, or it may or may not be appropriate if you're trying to distill to single risk factors versus factors that may co-occur or are highly correlated with one another. I don't have any additional comments to add to the discussion around the studies pertaining to race and ethnicity. I will echo, though, the concerns about the use of non-white populations as opposed to communities of color or people of color or some other terminology that we come into agreement with. And then again, I'll just reiterate requiring studies that are in this section to have a comparative population.
Thank you. So now I want to invite anyone who wants to speak about this section or actually anything else in section 3 to raise their hand. Jane?
Yes, thanks very much. I'm kind of bummed I didn't get assigned to this section. I had a lot of thoughts about it. But
It's your chance now.
I'll go ahead and share them now.
You can join any group you want.
Excellent. So first of all, thank you to all the comments that came previously. I certainly appreciate them and agree with them all. On the issue of susceptibility versus vulnerability, if I dare pick that up for just one moment again, it's helpful to hear that EPA is backing away from using that terminology because it has been very difficult to distinguish and to use for quite some time. My understanding has always been that susceptibility meant a stronger concentration response function versus vulnerability can also include greater exposures, but in that case, just say exposures. So I tend to avoid the term vulnerability altogether and just use susceptibility. But that is different than intrinsic versus extrinsic, which gets a little bit complicated because socially derived differences in susceptibility owing to systemic racism discrimination become embodied as weathering, therefore become intrinsic factors. So, and then consequent susceptibility. So what we call extrinsic versus what we call intrinsic also gets very, very complicated in how you're conceptualizing the source of the susceptibility or how you think about the susceptibility either at an individual or group level. I think this might be a section where it's appropriate to consider removing the Canadian studies because they are a different social and cultural context, a very different economic context. Just having universal access to education and healthcare and having the principle to have those things in Canada means that when we're thinking about SES, it is a different concept there and it's capturing very different gradient of variation. And likewise, it's a different sort of cultural setting and historic patterns of discrimination across ethnic groups are different than in the US. Normally, I would say by all means, it's relevant, but because this is ultimately a US policy regulated policy process that we're participating in, this might be a place to consider, perhaps not including the Canadian studies. Again, just to consider. I think this is also a topic where, unlike in earlier parts of the document, and certainly in the mortality section, we mentioned that the writing sort of implied that bigger studies were better. But in the context of understanding socioeconomic disparities, bigger isn't necessarily better in terms of regional spread or variability in the cohort because indicators, SES indicators don't transfer well across space. They don't transfer very well across the urban-rural gradient. Very different material deprivation indicators, for example, car ownership, mean very different things in dense urban areas versus suburban versus rural areas. So because SES indicators don't transfer well across space, you really have to think about the applicability of the cohort, the indicators that are being used, and what's being captured by them. And that's true for both the single and the composite indicators. And then the last thing I'd like to add is I think green space might be complicated here as well, because there are so many different pathways through which green space may be operating towards health. One of them being contributing to differences in fine particle concentrations, ambient fine particle concentrations, but also there is substantial variation both in green space quantity and quality by SES and race, and many different pathways that are going on at once when we think about associations between green space and health. So I have the feeling that including that might likewise be more complicating than adding. So just some ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry.
Yeah, I forgot one comment. Maybe Dr. Baums and Dr. Frampton can enlighten me, but there was a section on short-term clinical studies that I thought provided really strong evidence of effects, cardiovascular and inflammation occurring at 24 microgram per cubic meter and 37 microgram per cubic meter. The 24 was conducted in Copenhagen The other one was conducted in North Carolina, but I thought those were pretty strong evidence for short term. And maybe it's not important for right now for this supplement, but I didn't see that carried over to the PA as nicely as I thought it could be.
Yeah, John's got his hand up. I'll let him talk.
Well, without reference to specific studies, I mean, that was part of my comments back with regard to the cardiovascular effects section of chapter 3. I do think that controlled human exposure studies, I like that term better than clinical studies, because most of the endpoints are not necessarily of immediate clinical import, but they are human experimental studies. Anyway, the controlled human exposure studies that you refer to, I think do support, the EPA position, at least in terms of cardiovascular effects. So I agree with you. I don't know how, whether it would make that much difference to highlight them more in the supplement. I leave that to others, but I agree with you. And I just wanted to say one thing while I have the floor is I like Jane's suggestion about Canadian studies in the current section we're talking about with SES, and also green space in particular, because there was one Canadian study, I'm forgetting the first author's name, where the green space effect was greater in affluent neighborhoods than low income neighborhoods, which was counterintuitive. I think Jane explained nicely that green space has effects differentially across different population groups, but I think she has a good point there.
Yeah, so Jane, did you want to continue? Then we'll come back to Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I should have taken my hand down, but just to chime in on what John just shared. Yes, actually, what I described was that green space can differ both in quantity and access, but also quality by SES and racial neighborhood composition. But also, yes, indeed, the effects of green space are shown to be different by neighborhood context. So, for example, additional green space may be seen as a risk factor in a high crime neighborhood rather than a benefit because of the additional perceived risk of parks and green space. So yes, the effects of green space can go both ways. I'll take my hand down now.
Thanks. Mark.
Yeah, just to respond to Terry's question about the human studies, and I agree with John. I think that those studies at lower levels do support the concept that there is, that there are health effects or effects on health effect markers in these clinical studies that are consistent with the EPI. My own concern, and I think this was brought out in the ISA, for instance, the EPA study at that pretty low level showed an increase in C-reactive protein starting at, I think, just a few hours after exposure. And that's really inconsistent with previous findings at even higher concentrations of CAPS, basically, which have not shown increases in C-reactive protein or other markers. So, that's a discrepancy that'll have to be worked out, but it is worth taking note of for sure.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Hi, thank you. On that note, I didn't really focus on section 3.3.1 in my comments, but to this point, I wanted to note we have conducted a couple of human exposure studies at pretty low levels, and they're not included in here, but we have published those. I can send those along. They evaluate some a variety of different effects, blood pressure, lung function, I think some CRP as well. So I can send those along, but just to note, we do see some evidence of effects down to 10 micrograms per cubic meter in these settings. And we see those as well at 35. So I'll definitely send those along. I agree. I think the evidence is pretty strong, but I think this could help.
Thanks, Mark.
Just quick question, Jennifer. Were those exposure studies kind of to ambient mixtures with contrasting PM levels, or were they chamber experiments?
So yeah, this may very well be why they're not in this section. So I'm going to leave it up to the authors to figure out if they should be or not. These were emissions from cook stove studies, but we did measure the PM 2.5 that was in the chamber, right? So we know that we've characterized pretty well what was in the chamber, but the emissions themselves were from a variety of cook stoves.
Okay, but it was the cook stove emissions were sent into a chamber. It wasn't an outdoor setting, anything like that.
No, it was in the chamber.
Because that's the reason I asked that is because there, and I don't know if I made this comment in my written comments or not. There's in the ISA, or maybe it's in the PA actually, what they talk about human exposure studies at times as including these basically what I would think of as panel studies, where you have a panel of people, maybe they're, the classic study, walking them in Hyde Park versus a diesel street in London and showing the differences. And those are very useful experiments, but they're exposing them to mixtures and that include obviously gases, ultrafines, different size fractions of PM, and whether, as has been mentioned previously, there could be synergistic as well as additive effects of these mixtures. I like to be a little more strict about calling a human experimental study a controlled atmosphere as well as controlled measurements. Just something to add.
Yeah, and to be clear, when these studies are evaluated, it wasn't controlled in that sense. These were mixtures of the emissions. So obviously not everything got in the chamber, based on how we did it, but it was more than PM in there.
All right, thank you. I think given the hour that what we will do is wrap up for the day, and I'd like to sort of step back and say a little bit about where we are. So we've gone through all of section 3 in terms of the specific subsections. And what's next on the agenda that we'll start with tomorrow is having the lead discussants from each of the subsections, Drs. Bell, Bombs, and Fuller, to kind of help us with clarity about whether we have captured everything. I realize we're out of time, but I realize I also didn't ask Christina if she'd gotten enough information from the discussion about section 3.3 to write it up. And maybe that's why you have your hand up now, so I can check first.
That is why, because I think there was a lot of synergy in comments about the section, but I think it's worthwhile that, I said that the COVID section should be longer and then Terry saying shorter. So I wanted to hear more perspectives about that, because I think there's, both of those are valid depending on, kind of what angle is to be taken. So perhaps we can start out with that tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for helping me remember that. You've been doing a good job keeping me on track today, so I appreciate that. So we'll actually start with checking in about closure with respect to section 3.3 tomorrow. And I didn't even ask Michelle that about section 3.2. So, if that needs to come up, and then we'll circle back to the 3 lead discussants of the subsections of section 3 before we move into the rest of the charge questions. And then the other comment I want to make, since I was asked, is that I do not anticipate that we will start the policy assessment until the December 1st meeting, even if we end early tomorrow. So if we have extra time tomorrow, we could certainly use our time. And if lead discussants would like to do this, I encourage it. In the past, previous CASAC panels have the lead discussants have pulled together like key points from the discussion, and that has been vetted. I think it streamlines writing the consensus comments a little bit. If you want to do that and even put together a slide, I'm not asking for this, but if anybody wants to do this, it looks like we'll have time tomorrow to go back through the ISA charge questions quickly and just see if people had any main points they wanted to bring up or further topics for discussion. So we can add that towards the end of the agenda, assuming we have the time. So I think with that, unless anybody has a further question or comment, I'll turn it over to Aaron to recess us until tomorrow.
Yeah, I have one request.
Yes.
Leanne and Judy, if you're listening, can you guys stay on for a couple minutes? Or should I'm going to be late tomorrow.
Oh.
And now we've moved our schedule up, I guess. So
you need to make sure that the timing of your what you're responsible for happens at a time when you can be there, right?
Or just at least to communicate with
Yeah.
Judy and she can share. I just sent her.
Yeah,
an
I just
email.
got your email, Barbara. I just
I'm
see
not-
it. Yeah, that's good. If you're late, I can cover it. I
Yeah.
can.
Maybe that's
Oh.
the better way. I don't want to hold everyone up. And if
Yeah.
I'll probably not be on the call until 2, but Judy has my comments and
Yeah, I have it. Organosulfate.
well, we've just gotten, because we've moved faster, I think that section may happen before I get back.
Okay. Well, we can also, when you get back, we can also check in and see if there's anything more you want to say. Okay. So Aaron, I think we can recess the meeting.
Yes, and then just a reminder to both EPA as well as members of the public, if you would like to make an additional clarifying comment tomorrow at the end of the CASAC panel deliberations, please send me an email and let me know, and we will put you on the list of registered public speakers. With that, we could be recessed for today. We'll see you all tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.